Namaste. Many greetings to you. And that's why we have the museum, Matty, to remind us of how we came and why, to start fresh and begin a new place from what we had learned and carried from the old, said Lois Lowry. Mr. G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Union Minister for Culture, Tourism and Development of Northeastern Region, Government of India. Mr. Govind Mohan, Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Mr. Alberto Gallantini, President, International Council of Museums, headquartered in Paris, France. Dr. Weber Ndoro, Director General, International Center for the Study of Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property, headquartered in Italy. Mr. Michael Bloomberg and Team Bloomberg, our summit partners. Dr. Nagendra Reddy, Director, Salarjung Museum, Hyderabad, and our gracious host, Mr. Vinod Daniel, our summit coordinator, our illustrious speakers, and 3,000 plus delegates from India and across the world, museum aficionados, colleagues, and friends. I am Lily Pandey, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and I'm deeply honored to welcome you to this first of its kind global summit, Reimagining Museums in India, a platform for significant voices and ideas, an initiative to engage with the community of museum professionals with shared values, experiences, and creative insights, an exploration into the global best practices for museums and their management, a drawing board for chalking effective strategies and blueprint for renewal of museums. In the overall context of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, commemorating 75 years of our nation's independence and celebrating the glorious history of its people, culture, and achievements. Museums acquire, document, conserve, research, and exhibit our tangible and intangible culture. They house celebrated antiquities and artifacts, each rich in meaning, memory, and perhaps a compelling story of human dexterity, contributing to a critical understanding of our journey through the corridors of time, our heritage and identity, and our ability to share this civilizational wealth with the present and future generations. Museums familiarize the visitors with a country's history, essential to understanding its present-day cultural, socio-economic, and political structures. They convey the degree of appetite a society has for cultural pursuits and patronage, the art de vivre, or the art of living. Museums also pin cities for the unique cultural heft on the global map. India is the land of one of the oldest continuously living civilizations known to mankind. From the 5,000-year-old dancing girl from Harappa to the fluidity of the contemporary dance forms. From the 3,000-year-old vibrant fresco paintings of the Ajanta caves to the modern masters. From the 1,000-year-old splendor of intricately woven textile traditions to the stunning array of patterned fabrics like the Patola of Patan or the Pochampalli of Telangana. Indian museums are repositories of our artistic achievements. Our civilizational continuity is underpinned by the fact that our heritage continues to inspire present-day innovations and creative expressions. India is also a home to over 1,000 museums, comprising museums of national importance, state museums, archaeological site museums, and interpretation centers, science museums and innovation hubs, to very unique ones, such as Museum of Dolls, Kites, Turbans, Music, Railway Locomotives, Crafts and Textiles, and so on, successfully serving as the custodians of our heritage, persevering to safeguard our diverse cultural expression for the education and enjoyment of all. As India becomes a younger nation with each passing year, our museums need to be reshaped, revamped, revitalized, and reimagined for the 21st century. The last decade has witnessed new challenges, and ever-evolving technology has altered the contemporary outlook towards museums. Today's experience economy has redefined the terms of engagement with a regular audience. Museums need to have something for everyone, delivered in a fashion that is recognizable to them, and this experience must have a staying power. Wholesome visitor experience by reprofiling cultural heritage to convey stories of the bygone times and shift of focus from problem to potential is the need of the hour. Museums are now widely recognized as vital agencies of educational research and development and powerful instruments of contemporary cultural formation. There is an expectation for the museums to become hubs of scholarly research, offering enabling environment for academic pursuits. Modernization of traditional museums for display spaces of past glory to a more interactive, immersive experience through artificial intelligence, AR and VR, innovative curatorial skills, and imaginative storytelling is now a continuous work in progress. The unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the changing dynamics of the museum sector in a very fundamental way. According to a recent UNESCO survey, nearly 90% of the estimated 95,000 museums shut their doors in 2020. They witnessed 70% drop in attendance and 40 to 60% drop in the revenues compared to 2019. The concept of a museum as a physical space underwent a sea change. But this was also an opportunity to think out of the box. If the people could not come to the museums could be taken to the people using innovative solutions. As India walks into the 75th year of independence, it is redefining its priorities and resolve. Time is right, and time is now to reflect on how we can better communicate our diverse and multifaceted heritage through museums. In this national reawakening, we can no longer look at museums as merely collections on display. They must reflect our understanding of the past, the complexities of the present, and the opportunities of the future. In our wired and interconnected world, institutions not only serve their home communities, but must discover ways of transcending traditional boundaries and drive collaborative outcomes. One of India's most significant contributions has been the idea of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or global citizenship, the concept that all individuals are collectively responsible towards each other and their shared future. In this vein, this two-day global summit is a unique chance of delving into reimagined priorities for Indian museums with renowned museum professionals from around the world to share best practices in architecture and functional needs, management, curation and conservation practices, education and audience engagement. The summit aims to forge strategic partnerships between Indian and global museums, a partnership that can be ever evolving and crystallizing into shared and meaningful endeavors. We are very happy to collaborate with Bloomberg, who have partnered with us in putting this summit together. And I hope this is just the beginning of a long and fruitful journey. Thank you. I now call upon Mr. Alberto Gallantini. He is the president of ICOM and former chair of ICOM Italy. He was a speaker at high-level panel on the 50th anniversary of UNESCO 1970 convention, the UNESCO high-level forum on museums, and the G20 culture ministers meet in Rome in 2021. He delivers lectures at universities and international conferences. Mr. Alberto Gallantini.
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, as President of ICOM, the International Council of Museums, I am particularly pleased to address the Global Summit of Reimagining Museums in India. I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Culture and the Secretary Culture of the Government of India for organizing such an inspiring conference. This debate comes at a pivotal moment for the global museum community, for the Indian museums, for ICOM and its international network of 49,000 museum professionals and institutions from over 140 countries. ICOM India is one of ICOM's 178 national and international committees. The COVID-19 emergency has brought on enormous new challenges and exacerbated some of the old ones. While some museums have reopened with limitations, others remain closed. As we slowly emerge from the pandemic, we have both the opportunity and the duty to build back better. Beyond mere recovery, we must reimagine the museum of the future. I am confident that the museum of the future is already being built. Every day, museum professionals are creating new connections with their communities and experimenting with innovative forms of cultural engagement and approaches to conservation. The pandemic has dramatically increased inequality in relation to accessing heritage and participating in cultural life. Innovation and inclusiveness are key issues. In a world where 41% of the population has no internet access, innovation must be inclusive, and inclusiveness requires innovation. The climate crisis continues to impact our natural and cultural heritage globally. The dramatic loss of biodiversity and the effects of climate change show us how close the relationship between man, the biosphere, and the geosphere is. The cultures of the Anthropocene are suffering because landscape, natural resources, and livability are endangered. Indigenous communities are at the forefront. Not only are their livelihoods threatened, also their cultural heritage cannot survive without their natural habitats. Even native languages are in constant decline as a result of the climate crisis. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are essential for a post-pandemic recovery that aims for greener and more inclusive economies and for more resilient society. Museums are one of the most trusted institutions. Museums are in a unique position to promote inclusion and diversity, support environmental policies, disseminate scientific information, and foster sustainable practices in the local communities. In 2019, ICOM's General Assembly in Kyoto, Japan, passed the resolution on sustainability and the implementation of Agenda 2030. Achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and fighting for climate justice have become the fundamental reference point for ICOM's work over the next decade and beyond. ICOM is working closely with international organizations to make sure that decision makers across the world integrate museums into their policies addressing heritage, sustainability, and climate crisis. I had the privilege to represent ICOM and advocate for museums and heritage at several high-level conferences organized by UNESCO, the G7 and the G20, OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the European Union and other intergovernmental bodies. I am proud to say that the museum's voice has been heard successfully throughout those meetings, and ICOM is recognized as an important actor of international cultural action. Global challenges call for global responses. International cooperation is needed now more than ever. ICOM calls museums to face the challenge and lead the change. As ICOM's founding fathers stated in 1946, only together will we be able to move forward. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Garlandini. Before joining ICCROM in January 2018, Dr. Weber Ndoro was the director of the African World Heritage Fund based in Johannesburg, South Africa. He is also associate professor at the University of Cape Town. He has edited and published various books and articles on heritage management. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Dr. Weber Ndoro.
Distinguished delegates, dear ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Culture, Government of India for organizing this global summit on reimagining the museums in India. With its rich cultural diversity and wealth of heritage, and its global standing as a vibrant democracy, India is well positioned to take a leadership role in developing an inclusive, innovative, and inspiring museums. And I'm very sure that this initiative will go a long way towards achieving these goals, not only for India, but for the rest of the world. It is worthy mentioning here that museums are not just buildings that house collections. They are rich repositories of cultural knowledge and experiences that go a long way in raising awareness and instilling a sense of pride among the citizens, and particularly children and the youth. They are potentially centers for family interactions and knowledge building. Museums also confront daunting challenges of conservation and management of diverse range of collections, especially in the light of threats of climate change and increased frequency and intensity of disasters and conflicts. During the COVID pandemic, museums have been confronted with numerous challenges: periods of lockdown, loss of revenues, and livelihoods of communities have all diversely affected the maintenance of museums. However, at the same time, museums have also demonstrated their resilience and adaptability by providing innovative digital experiences through virtual medias and brought the collections to the doorstep of its users. ICCROM has been at the forefront of developing various activities aimed at capacity building and advocacy for conservation and management of cultural heritage, especially in the light of all these challenges being confronted At present, research, capacity building, and advocacy of conservation and management of museums and their collections has been the priority areas for ICCROM ever since its inception. Some of our notable international and regional programs that have addressed these needs of museums and the collections include Collegia, Risk Management of Collections, a reorganization of museums collections known as REORG, and museum energy programs. Recently, through a strong coalition of international partners covering all typologies of heritage collections in museums, archives, and libraries. We have launched a new initiative called Our Collections Matter. This initiative will provide practical tools and build capacities to enable collections-based institutions to achieve their maximum potential, helping making this world a better place. We are immensely proud of our alumni, including countless museum professionals from around the world who have been contributing towards setting up innovative and sustainable conservation and management practices. ICCROM has shared a very special relationship with our valued member state, India, and over the years, we've only strengthened our collaboration with many Indian institutions through various programs and activities. Some of these initiatives include training courses on disaster risk management of cultural heritage, organized in collaboration with the Archaeological Survey of India, REORG courses organized in partnership with the National Research Laboratory, courses on sound and image collections conservation, the SAOMA, in collaboration with the National Museums, Delhi, and National Film Institution, Pune. First aid to cultural heritage in the aftermath of the Kerala floods in partnership with the Government of India, State of Kerala, and ICOM. And last but not the least, emergency simulation drill for cultural heritage with Natural Disaster Response Force of India in Peru for the BIMSTEC countries. We are immensely proud of our alumni from India who have been contributing immensely to the challenging but very important task of conservation and management of heritage. I have been particularly impressed by the young talented Indian heritage professional from India and the pleasure of interacting with them during my last visit to India in 2018. ICCROM looks forward to strengthening our partnership with India and its strong cultural institutions for the benefit of the world. We stand ready to provide our services to share knowledge and build capacities of Indian heritage professionals and institutions. I also take this opportunity to convey my great wishes for a great success of the Global Summit on Reimagining Museums in India and look forward to the successful outcome of this Global Summit. I thank you.
Pleased to introduce my friend and the summit coordinator, Mr. Vinod Daniel. Vinod Daniel is an internationally recognized museum specialist. He has worked for over 20 years with the Australian Museum, Sydney, and the Getty Conservation Institute, Los Angeles, in collection-related roles. He has worked on museum planning, conservation, management, acquisition, repatriation, capacity building, and risk assessment initiatives in over 45 countries, as well as with several professional networks. I would request Vinod Daniel to begin the first session just as soon as the minister declares the summit formally open. And now, I am honored to invite our dynamic and visionary Honorable Minister for Culture, Tourism, and Development of Northeastern Region, Shri G. Kishan Reddy. He is a member of Parliament in the 17th Lok Sabha and represents Sikandrabad Lok Sabha constituency in Telangana. Sir, I request you to share your thoughts and formally declare the summit open.
Respected Alberto Garlandini, President, International Council of Museums, Weber Ndoro, Director General, International Center for Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property, Srimati Lily Pandeji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Friends, I welcome all the participants to the first of its kind Global Summit on reimagining museums in India. India is a land of rich cultural heritage, and this needs to be preserved. This needs to be propagated and perpetuated. Preserved so that our past continues to live on our achievements and accomplishments appreciated. Propagated globally so that the world can understand India's contribution. Perpetuated for posterity so that younger generation can access this. Museums provide a wonderful medium to achieve these goals. The flux of creativity made Indian civilization one of the most glorious of culture in the world. Echoes of the tradition of great ideas need revival. Friends, with the same vision in mind, our Honorable Prime Minister, Government of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, has given us the mantra of Vikas, our Virasat, development and heritage. The Vikas, the development, we ensure that the poorest of the poor receive the benefits of development. The Virasat, the heritage, we protect our wonderful heritage and culture. Friends, there are nearly 1,000 museums in India. These include museums under the Government of India, state governments, district level museums, museums under universities, private museums. Friends, I want to highlight that various government ministries support the development and protection of the museums of Government of India, and these include Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Railways, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Ministry of Defence, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Textiles, Ministry of Education. One of the important of the ministry I head, the Ministry of Culture, is the development and upgradation of museums within the country in India. Since 2014, 110 museums have funded by the Ministry of Culture. Some of these are upgraded, while others are being built from scratch. A total 50 of these museums have now been completed. The Archaeological Survey of India, which function under the Ministry of Culture, runs 52 museums all over the country. The tribal community in India has played an important role in India's independent movement, but they have not been recognized adequately. To recognize the contribution by tribal freedom fighters in our India independence struggle, the Indian government, under leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is setting up 10 tribal freedom fighters museums across the country, in one museum in Hyderabad, Telangana, and one museum in Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, one museum is Ranchi, Jharkhand, like Goa and other locations also. We have 37 railway museums that showcase the rich heritage of our railways history. 34 are the already operational in railways museums, 3 under construction. We have also crafted the textile museums in India to showcase our rich textile tradition, and defense museums that showcase our military history. To include scientific temple of large numbers of science museums are also being supported by the Government of India Cultural Department. Administers 25 science museums and centers. Have developed more than 25 science museums and handed over them to the state governments and institutions. He is developing 18 more new museums. I will also like to highlight a few important museums which have been recently built by our department, are being constantly upgraded or under construction by the Government of India under Prime Minister Narendra Modi leadership. To name a few, these are, everybody knows, Prime Minister Office, Defense Ministry, Home Ministry, Finance Ministry, that offers. We want to convert this North Block and South Block as a museums in future that will be provide cultural gravities and democratized the heart of the capital city, Delhi. The Prime Minister's Museum will showcase the journey of various Prime Ministers who have served our country. This is near completion and will reflect the democratic ethos of the great land of India. National Gallery of Modern Art houses some of the best contemporary and modern art, New Delhi, where new historic galleries have been added. Gandhi Smriti Museum dedicated to Mahatma Gandhi in New Delhi. The Red Fort Museum, the historical cultural heritage, which will become a center of historical research and learning with cluster of museum inside them. Jammu Kashmir and Armor Arms Museum, J&K Museum, Freedom Struggle Museum, we are constructing at Red Fort. National Archives that houses old records and letters of values of the Government of India. All these museums continuously need to reinvent themselves to the relevant for the 21st century in the new digital age. A range of technological tools which harvest the entire spectrum are available, including digitalization technologies, virtual reality, augmented reality, 3D printing. Other new emerging technological advances are changing the ways we interact with each other and our cultural heritage. Friends, we also need to ensure that these museums are more accessible. We want to evolve way to democratize these museums spaces so that citizens can own it like they own parks and playgrounds. In these times, the need of museums to operate remotely has also become an area of priority. The global summit will therefore facilitate cultural exchange and promote international cooperation with the participants from across the disciplines. I am glad these distinguished participants are coming together, access deliberately and brainstorm on global best practices in the arena. The Ministry of Culture is working on the inclusive model that evolve artists, museum professionals, and educators, and places them at the core of museums in the country. India, being one of the oldest civilizations, has much to share with the world. Our accomplishments in arts, literature, and science and unique, and so is our civilization journey will date. The demands a closer partnership between science, technology, and versatility in the field of museums. Today, I am sure that the exchange of thoughts between various distinguished scholars from all over the world will enhance the importance of museums. I will once again like to thank the officials of my ministry and the other organizations for this summit. With these thoughts, now I want to declare the summit as open.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just check with the tech team. I hope it's all coming through okay. Good afternoon. I'm Vinod Daniel, and I'm delighted to be part of this global summit on reimagining museums in India. Great to be with all of you, 3,000 plus delegates from...
Thank you so much, sir, for formally declaring this first of its kind global summit on reimagining museums in India open. I would now request our very gracious host, Dr. Nagendra Reddy, Director of Salarjung Museum, to kindly felicitate our Union Minister for Culture, Tourism and Development of Northeastern Regions, who has very kindly given us precious moments of his time and come to this summit to not just declare it open, but also to lay the agenda for future development of museums in a collaborative manner.
But it looks horrible. Cut the speech after you go. So what do I do? Okay, but you need to give me a call when I start, otherwise it looks pretty odd to start. Yeah. No, I think they need to go up. Yeah. Yeah, but you can't stop. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, now you need to tell me when to start. Huh?
On behalf of Salarjung Museum, we felicitate our Joint Secretary also, who is the brainchild for this conference. Our initiative made into this summit.
Thank you so much for hosting us. We also thank our friends from the media who are present here on this occasion. And very shortly, I would request our minister to kindly, Honorable Minister, to kindly come up on the dais and take some questions from all of you.
It's coming, but you can cut her feed and give
Chairs laga dijiye.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can I kindly request the tech team just to make sure I can formally start the technical part of the session? Is that okay, tech team? Good afternoon, everyone. I am Vinod Daniel, and I'm delighted to be part of this global summit on reimagining museums in India. Great to be with all of you, 3,000 plus delegates from 70 countries. This summit has been designed to be a platform for engaging with national and international museum partners to share best practices in museology, fostering networks, encouraging strategic partnerships, and creating a framework to steer museum development and renewal. And I'm so delighted. We have close to 29 presentations from over 8 countries. Now, without further ado, I'll move on to the first session, which is on architectural and functional needs. This particular session is going to discuss on best practices on museum layouts, galleries, space requirements, and functional requirements such as climate lighting, etc. So if I may ask the technical team to just move on to the next PowerPoint so I can introduce the first speaker, please. I'm delighted to welcome the first speaker, Mr. Abhishek Poddar. Abhishek Poddar is a prominent collector and patron of the arts in India. He's been collecting art since high school and has created a significant collection of South Asian art, craft and antiquities, including modern and contemporary art and photography. He is a force behind the upcoming Museum of Art and Photography in Bangalore, where he serves as a trustee and to which he donated the initial leadership gift and substantial portion of the family's art collection. Besides serving on various boards and committees in India, Poddar also serves on the advisory committee of the Indo-Europe Foundation for New Dialogues, headquartered in Rome, and on the Lincoln Center Global Advisory Council. He was named as one of Asia's 2018 Heroes of Philanthropy by Forbes magazine. And over to you, Abhishek, Poddar, to give your first keynote address.
Good afternoon. My name is Abhishek Poddar. I am honored to be invited to be the keynote speaker for this session on reimagining museums in India. Our Indian subcontinent has an extremely rich heritage of diverse artistic and architectural traditions, but unfortunately, as a counterpoint, one of the least developed museum systems in the world. Motivated by a need to move beyond the state of the current museum system in India today, MAP intends to become a living institution for the visual arts and forms part of a new wave of museums in India, attempting to draw attention to the cultural value of the arts.
In Tullunad, this breastplate transforms the wearer into a divine being, the goddess Bhagavati. Through him, we hear her voice from thousands of years ago until the very end of time, or so we believe.
MAP's state-of-the-art building is located on Kasturba Road in the heart of the city of Bangalore and is in the center of the museum district in the city. The museum's location within an easy walking distance of Cubbon Park, MG Road, Vidhan Saudha and the metro station makes it a special and easily accessible for people from all areas of the city to access it. We want each visitor who comes into the museum to find something that is of interest to them, whether it is engaging with art, reading or researching, or even enjoying a performance. The aim is to provide a holistic experience which will allow visitors to spend their time at the museum, and this is reflected in the structure and the layout of the building itself. The museum is a 5-story building and includes 5 galleries, a sculpture court, an auditorium, a library, an education center, special conservation facility, a museum shop, a multimedia and experience center for technology, a members lounge, as well as a cafe and a terrace fine dining. It was imperative for MAP's building to be an unmissable part of the city for the visitor and the dweller alike. We wanted it to be iconic and unique with an ease of physical recognition. The structure of the building is unique as it has a smaller base footprint and an enlarged area for the upper floors, cantilevering out, making it appear to be a box-like water tank structure, which is built in mild steel framing, a nod to Karnataka's production of steel. Creating it as a box rather than using the traditional column and cantilever slabs was important as it would create a column-free space within the interior of the building, which would allow for the galleries to be experienced seamlessly with no obstructions. Stainless steel panels embossed with a cross pattern is traditionally associated with post-industrial metal panel water tanks. The inclusion of this element for MAP's facade is a metaphorical reference to the increasing preciousness of art, like water, and the capacity for art to create a thrust on society and culture for reflection, for change, and for evolution. With MAP, we hope to create an accessible and inclusive institution that is welcoming to diverse audiences. The museum will be equipped with features to support visitors with special needs and disabilities. Technological features and tools such as interactive screens, smart tablets, and digital galleries will also play an important role in the museum to enhance visitor experience. Holographic experiences will showcase several 3D works from the collection and allow for virtually curated exhibitions as well as highlight artworks in the collection. Apart from being accessible to people with special needs, we also want the museum to be inclusive for audiences of all ages and from all walks of life.
There is no place, no platform, no person who has, can, and will attempt to carefully document the incredible breadth and diversity of Indian art. or so we believe.
Technology is woven to make the physical space more interesting for kids and young adults, and to demonstrate that art is fun, hands-on, and for everyone to enjoy. For example, our AI persona of the late artist M.F. Hussain, created in collaboration with Accenture.
This experience is a great example of the power of AI, and Accenture has helped us build the entire software which powers this experience. This entire project is about bringing back Hussain to life. So there's many people like me who's never had the fortune to meet Hussain in real life. So be it children or be it adults, everybody enjoys this experience because he's just there again.
What is your name?
You can call me Hussain Saab, but my full name is Magnul Figa Hussain.
How old are you?
Want to take a guess? As of today, I am over 100 years old.
How would you describe yourself?
A painter who prefers to walk barefoot, a filmmaker with a difference, and a lover of the most expensive cars on earth.
So what is your favorite painting?
The painting of the two sisters, who are actually my daughters.
When was your first solo exhibition?
My first exhibition was in Zurich in 1952. Through this work, I was awarded the Padma Shri in 1955.
We want MAP to form a relationship with its visitors and be exciting enough to draw them over and over again, rather than for them to come just once. At the heart of MAP's identity is the idea of tracing and mapping relationships between artistic disciplines, breaking away from the older schools of categorization and striving instead towards a newer idea of narrative building.
From one of the oldest tribes in India, discovered painting walls of huts in his village, created a new school of contemporary art. His work fascinates audiences around the world. Museums are not exciting places, or so we believe.
The interior of the museum will therefore feature not just art galleries for exhibitions, but also a multimedia room, an auditorium for events and performances, an education room where kids can spend the entire day. This layout is special to MAP as it highlights our aim of showcasing the fluidity and interconnectedness of the arts. We also want the museum to break the earlier tradition of hierarchy of high art and low art and blur the boundaries between them. While creating an opaque enclosure for galleries was important, the creation of visual transparency within the museum and when looking out of the museum at all the public areas was equally important. The transparency and openness are thus unique elements of MAP's architectural language. At the ground level, the transparency is brought out through the outdoor sculpture court and the lobby. At the upper levels, the lobbies create the break between the galleries, auditorium, conservation lab, the library, and so on. And this was an essential feature to rest your eyes while looking at art. The third and fourth floor are galleries, including a connected passage gallery at the fourth floor, which makes it a large singular gallery whenever desired. The terrace has a few public facilities such as the quiet room, an al fresco dining area, and the members' lounge with the most stunning views of Cubbon Park and the city skyline. Conservation, restoration, and care of artifacts should be a prime function for every new museum today, which is why including a lab was so important to the architectural structure of MAP. MAP decided to open its doors digitally, setting up one of the first digital museums in India. Instead of waiting for people to come to the museum, we decided to take the museum to them in the comfort of their own homes.
With one road blocked, another has opened. the beginning of MAP's Digital Museum. A space that engages with you right where you are at a time that is convenient to you. And to celebrate all this, we hosted Art is Life,
which is a chance to tour one of India's first ever digital museums.
This is a historic moment for MAP as it connects
to audiences in the digital space even before it opens its doors to the public next year.
A week-long festival that took people on a virtual exploration of MAP's vision, voices and collection, while also introducing a unique collaboration with various museums around the globe.
Art is often seen as exclusive and elitist, but I think MAP's vision seeks to reverse and correct and break this perception.
Art helps us see the soul of people.
This is MAP's tribute to the incredible art of storytelling through some highlights from the museum's indigenous art collection.
This is just the beginning. This road has already opened up so many more, and we hope to have all of you along with us.
A museum opens its doors to everyone. It doesn't know any discrimination. It invites you in, it welcomes you.
Collaboration is at the heart of how we would like to do things at MAP. And we hope all of you will complete that circle of collaboration by engaging with MAP to discover and enjoy our collections.
This now is your opportunity to tour that collection digitally for the first time. Don't hesitate to seize the chance.
The potential of the virtual realm is limitless, and we aim to harness the power of the digital to reach out to audiences far and wide all over the world and introduce them to Indian art and culture. The Digital Museum focuses on all aspects of MAP's mission of taking art into the heart of the community rather than isolating and focusing on just the collection. Just the way we hope to blur the lines between high art and popular culture through our collection and curatorial approaches, the Digital Museum also blurs the lines between showcasing artworks and offering unique experiences, which allows us to be more relevant to the younger audiences and people who may not have had a previous exposure to the arts and be regular museum visitors.
Science, technology, engineering, math. These pillars for children often have a missing ingredient, one that allows them to navigate creatively through any problem: art.
Interactive online exhibitions that enhance the narrative quality of artworks include conversational captions, audio notes, continuous scrolling features, which all make the exhibitions more approachable and interesting. Curated events on a range of topics within the umbrella of the arts and culture, constantly redefining what Indian culture constitutes, is done in order to draw in audiences of all ages and working in different fields. An expansive digital collection of artifacts with cataloging details that would prove to be helpful for researchers and scholars is also available. Articles, essays, and interviews, which range from cultural to art history specific topics, in-depth explorations of topics relating to the ongoing exhibitions, and a deep dive with artists and collectors. Discover Map Packs. These are creative tools and resources for children to understand art and unpack various genres, themes, artists, and periods of Indian art. Museums Without Borders, sharing of resources and digitally bringing collaborations together from museums around the world.
Two masterpieces from different times and distinct spaces that use music to tell us their own stories of celebration and mourning, joy and despair, solitude and community.
We ensure that accessibility should thread through all aspects of the digital museum as well as the physical space. alt text and audio descriptions in all our exhibitions, ISL interpretations and subtitles for events and videos, a tool that automatically makes the website accessible to people with different needs. We are working towards making the digital museum available in regional languages as a way of being inclusive to our local community as well. The MAP Academy is another very ambitious part of what MAP hopes to do. This has two large components to it. The first ever comprehensive Encyclopedia of Indian Art and a set of online courses on the history of Indian painting, the history of Indian photography, textiles, and others.
The Indian subcontinent has been home to ancient civilizations and diverse cultural exchanges, which have shaped a range of art forms and traditions that contribute to the world's living heritage. The rich legacies associated with the region's visual and built culture enable us to understand how the values of the past have shaped the world we live in today. These crucial histories that ought to be accessible to everyone are rarely introduced in school or university curriculums, and it's difficult to find reliable information about them online. As a result, art from the subcontinent is often left out from dominant stories of global culture. Over the past 2 years, the MAP Academy has been working to address this gap by writing and publishing extensive content which distills complex and scholarly material into approachable texts, films, and gamified forms of engagement. We deliver these through two major digital offerings. The Encyclopedia of Indian Art covers over 10,000 years of history, spanning explanations of themes and movements, cultural sites, and artists' biographies. Our curriculum is the first of its kind to introduce art histories of the subcontinent through online learning. It includes introductory and specialized courses, as well as programs geared towards preparing learners for careers in the cultural sector, such as heritage management. We also work directly with schools to introduce visual literacy as well as 21st century life skills to students. Collaboration lies at the heart of how we work, and we've partnered with various institutions with whom we've been working to build new digital platforms to connect global cultures, artworks, and institutions worldwide. It's through such projects and partnerships that we believe we can reach wider audiences and create greater impact. Our vision is ambitious, and the subjects we address are ever expansive. In addition to making knowledge surrounding cultural heritage easily available, the MAP Academy strives to also highlight the voices of underrepresented groups to overcome caste, gender, and region-based biases found across existing narratives of cultural history. Through our work, we hope our audiences will also develop values that promote a broader understanding of education, equality, empathy, and intercultural tolerance. Our researchers and editors are dedicated towards making a difference, and we look forward to collaborating further with academics, enthusiasts, patrons, and sponsors to enliven and sustain art histories for generations to come.
These are all being launched in April this year and will be ongoing for the next few years. The digital museum will continue to develop even once the physical museum opens, as we hope to continue reaching out to audiences far and wide, spreading the richness of Indian culture and artistic heritage to audiences who may not otherwise have access to the physical museum or Indian art in general. We look forward to welcoming you at MAP when we open our doors to the public later this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, for your keynote talk. Now it's my privilege to introduce the second keynote speaker. Our second keynote speaker is Mr. Manuel Roberti. I think a lot of people in the world know Manuel. Manuel has been director of Louvre Abu Dhabi since 2016. He oversees all aspects of the first universal museum in the Arab world's operations and activities, welcoming more than 2 million visitors in its first 2 years and making it one of the most visited museums worldwide up to the COVID-19 crisis. Rabate has worked on Louvre Abu Dhabi since its inception, joining Agence France Museums a year after the signature of the intergovernmental agreement between France and Abu Dhabi, first as CFO, then served as Secretary General and CEO, and eventually worked for the Department of Culture and Tourism Abu Dhabi. Previously, Rabate was a Deputy Director of Cultural Development of Musée de Branly, Jacques Chirac, for its opening. He was Deputy Director of the Auditorium of Musée de Louvre, where he participated in developing new programs accompanying the creation of the Islamic Art Department. He's a graduate of HEC Business School 2001 and Sciences Po 1998. He's also a Knight of France's National Order of Merit of Arts and Letters Order. Over to Manuel for your keynote talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vinod. So my name is Manuel Roberti. It's a great honor to be there with you, and I wanted to thank the Ministry of Culture of the Government of India for their trust and for giving me this opportunity to share with you some of our let's say vision on Louvre Abu Dhabi side, on how maybe we can propose to learn from it. I'm definitely live, huh? So we are we are in this already post-COVID, I hope, world and connected. And again, thanks to Bloomsberg for the connection and for supporting this event, and thanks to you, my dear Vinod, Daniel, for making this incredible gathering of personalities. I just wish I could be with you physically. And actually, maybe that's going to be the starting point, because most of you know where the UAE are, but I think it's good to see how close actually it is from India, and how a few hours flight are only separating us. And Abu Dhabi, so the Louvre Abu Dhabi is in Abu Dhabi, Abu Dhabi being the capital of the UAE, and also the most important emirate of the federation. If we zoom a little bit more, and that will help us understand what the territory is talking about. If we look, we can see here, the Louvre Abu Dhabi is based on an island. Actually, Abu Dhabi is made of archipelago of island. And we have here Saadiyat Island, in which there is the development of a full cultural district, including several museums. Amongst them, the Zayed National Museums, which is due in a short time, and the Guggenheim Abu Dhabi. And another element which is more religious, but exploring the tolerance, which is the Abrahamic House, in which we have a mosque, a synagogue, and a church on the same ground. The Louvre Abu Dhabi that you can see in this rendering on the back is actually, for me, a good way to explore this keynote, which is about architecture and the functional needs of a museum. These questions take time, and we just had a very interesting presentation of a museum to be born, and the cycle of a museum is indeed absolutely the moment to prepare the connection between the need, the functional need, the definition of what the museum is going to do, and the architecture. So the architecture as a building, as a construct, but also as a space which is organized. In the case of Louvre Abu Dhabi, we're talking about a 10 years project. So definitely between the inception, which was in 2007, up to the opening in 2017, there were 10 years which were used at the same time to build, of course, the structure, to draw it and to design and to procure it, but also to build the other blocks of what a museum is, which are, of course, the building is the shell, but we need a collection, we need also a team, and we need to prepare the public. And all of this goes together. So you can see here some of the main milestones. I will not go too much. And of course, the 2 million visitors that we had in the first 2 years until we were a little bit stopped, unfortunately, by the COVID crisis. But now let's go one step further and try to see what how the Louvre Abu Dhabi story can be used, or the building can be used to think a little bit on the functional needs and how can they be integrated within its construction. For me, the key important of a new project, specifically the Louvre Abu Dhabi, is a brand new museum. So we're not talking about the renovation or the transformation of the building. We're talking about brand new building and the capacity that we had to follow the vision of the architect. In our case, we are talking about a genius, a man called Jean Nouvel, who designed the Louvre Abu Dhabi. You can see on the left side of the screen his first sketch of Louvre Abu Dhabi on a table as a quick drawing, in which everything is already there within the Saadiyat Cultural District and the vision of the dome that will develop a little bit. But so the vision is the main element. And for Jean Nouvel, we're talking about a contextualized architecture. Jean Nouvel defined himself as a contextualized architect. And in Abu Dhabi, he wanted to work on the in the Arab Gulf, in this place which is very dear to his art. You know, one of his first very important building in the world is the Institut du Monde Arabe, Arab World Institute in Paris, and he had a familiarity with the culture, with the light, with the elements. And we can find here one of the main sources, which is the light effect, the light you can get in the souk, the light you can get in the oasis, and the way the Medina and the Moucharabieh are creating the specific identity. Based on that, he created for the museum, the vision is really this incredible dome of 180 meter diameter, which is floating in an almost magical way on a little city, which is the museum. And bear with me, we're not talking about the need here. We're talking about the vision. We're talking about the grammar in which the need will be articulated. But I think that museum, being the showcase of so beautiful elements, so artworks, the beauty of the architecture is the first approach that visitor get of the collections. You can see here another view under the dome and the correlation between artworks under the dome and the rain of light effect. You can see again how we are. The museum works as a full city. You can be lost in this little street, this little plaza. This is by Jenny Ozer. And again, so it's a contemporary art. It can be this pavement, which was recreated, which was an artifact which has been reintegrated within within one of these piazzetta, and so on. But the beyond the vision, the functional needs are in a way translated in the space of the museum and the way the architecture is organized. So now I'm going to less magical and poetic images, but nevertheless very important. The you can see here on the south we have the main gallery. So what is the collection? What will be the place in which we present the collection of the museum? And I will lead you there. Of course, you need to host the staff, and you need to make sure that we have an exhibition space. So we have the temporary exhibition. I will develop also. For the Louvre Abu Dhabi, we had a specific program for a children's museum, which was very specific to the education project of the Louvre Abu Dhabi. And of course, bookshop, cafeteria, restaurant, auditorium, all the elements which are participating to the life going on with a museum in which there is always something new. On this on this drawing, you can also see the main purpose of a museum is to welcome public and to get access. So you can see the south entrance on the checkpoint. So basically, the structure is organized around the capacity to enter and, of course, to exit. That's for the visitor. But we need to secure the same flow for the artworks, especially when the DNA of the museum is on the evolution, on the rotation of its collection. So if I zoom in a little bit more, you can see here really how 6,000 square meters are dedicated to permanent gallery spaces, 2,000 square meters of temporary galleries. So you see that the most use of the space is definitely for the artworks, but that the ratio is actually leaving a lot of breathing spaces and a lot of spaces which are not fully equipped to receive artwork, but which are part of the overall experience. And this balance is definitely I would say, the experiential way that we're dealing with the need. The main need is to exhibit artworks to visitors in the safest way for the visitors and for the artworks. But in reality, the distance and the capacity to give space, to give time to the visitor, which is something very, very important at Louvre Abu Dhabi, are also parts of our of the way the architecture is structured. If you see here the infrastructure, so the Louvre Abu Dhabi is playing on the challenges. I'm not saying that all museums need to look for that kind of challenges, but the museum is actually built on water, so we are surrounded by water on every side. So you can see here the pillars on which the Louvre Abu Dhabi is organized from the basement, and so that was on the ground. As challenging and as beautiful is the part dedicated to the dome. So these 8 layers of aluminium and stainless steel, which are put on top of our actual building, which are not separating from the atmosphere, which is just a transition space, because when it rains, it just rains through it. So the dome that you can see is actually covering the museum. In a classical museum, we have rooms which are connected and in which we can develop the program of galleries or exhibitions, temporary or permanent. In our case, for Louvre Abu Dhabi, what Jean Nouvel and his team have imagined is closer to a series of small houses which are connected, so which is creating this idea of a Medina, and which is giving to each of his houses the capacity to host and to respect the rules of artworks hosting. So I'm going to drag a few images to go back, whether it was reclaimed. That's a little bit on the phenomenon success that was Louvre Abu Dhabi. You can see it being born on the engineering, which was required for this dome. We had this supersized element on which the layers were done. The program itself and the function, it's not a functional need, it's an experiential need, which is the vision of the architect. But the way that the dome was optimized to let this rain of light pass through was carefully made of, and you can see here some images before the 2017, of course, when the dome was constructed by an incredible team. Here are some elements on the logistic and the connection. The Louvre Abu Dhabi has to be, and this is one of the main functions of, and I would say the connection between the museum and its environment, it's the access. So the access for the visitor is the most obvious, because we, of course, are putting the most effort in the visibility and the experience which come with it. But on the other side of the core activity of the museum comes the access of the artworks, and to make sure that we can have security, completely disconnected space, and capacity to load and download important artworks from humanity. You can see here another of the key system. The museum is structured by a series of key. If I oppose the museum and let's say another place which is a civic public, like an airport or a mall, just to oppose the specifics, the museum needs to have very strong climate control because of the fragility of the artworks. And so this is also one of the elements. And you can see here how we map the spaces which have to be, of course, with extremely high control of the humidity and temperature, and the spaces which can be driven by the regular temperature and hygrometry, which has an impact on the way the AC and how do you make sure that you have a strong AC while having artworks, and how so the balance makes some of the spaces absolutely key. I will not develop all the system, but the climate control, the life and fire system control, and the security. So these three absolutely key systems are completely specific to a museum. You need to be able to prevent fire without destroying your artworks by too much reaction to something which could be an alert, a wrong alert in terms of fire. And you need to make sure that you can ensure the security of your masterpieces without preventing the capacity to evacuate the museum in one. So all of these systems have to be embedded, and they have an impact on the architecture, on the design of the museum. I would just here play a little bit with you and invite you to come and visit, just to give you some examples. So the Louvre Abu Dhabi is telling a story of connected art histories through the beginning of history, and let's say the 12 to 10,000 years ago. And it's a universal museum, which means that all civilizations, all countries, all religions are represented, but in a chronological order. Instead of separating the knowledge, we put all of this in a chronological thematic order. So we are at the beginning. You can see some representation of great thinker, which could be which are at the same period. So Buddha and Socrates from the same moment. We can see here our whole of religions, which is presenting the three religions of the books, but of course Hinduism and which is we have a beautiful dancing Shiva from the collection of Louvre Abu Dhabi. We have here explanation of the transmission of Buddhism from its birth in India to its transfer in China, with two heads, which are enough to tell you how the forms travel, how our world is about connection and inspiration. I will go again, this beautiful Jain statue, the Jinnah, that we have also from the collection. So we show here all the connection from the Chinese world, subcontinent, up to the Islamic world, up to Europe, and how all these worlds have always been connected and always exchanging ideas, pattern, artists, and ideas. This is more, so we're accelerating in time. This is the beautiful Raza that we have of the collection of Louvre Abu Dhabi, one of our masterpieces also. That before the pandemic, 10% of our visitors was actually coming from India, and we are very proud of this Raza was one of the tributes to our visitors. I hope they will soon be able to come back. Voilà, and of course that was the full let's say organization of the space pair, driven by the program of receiving artworks. But another program is to make it a place to live, and we have an incredible restaurant, Phuket, which opened some time ago. But all of this is the let's say the transmission into space on architecture and design of the functional needs of a museum, which are specific: receiving artworks, receiving visitors, and keeping the balance between both. What I want to say in the last 10 minutes that I've got is to keep on interrogating the relationship between the architecture and the functional needs, and to highlight how sustainable museum, I would say museums that will reinvent themselves and last, have to be able to adapt or to revisit or to question this interaction between the first program and the way they use it, the way the needs is put at the test. And for us, the first one, and sadly, I'm sure it's the same for all our colleagues in India, was the pandemic and the necessity to adapt to the regulation against the COVID-19. In our case, so this is a very complex graph, but just to say that we had when we closed and to be able to reopen, we had to interrogate all the touch points, all the elements, all the places where the function is meeting the design on the architecture to see if they were fit or not to the COVID regulation that we had to respect. So you can see that we are reactivated more or less all of them, but it took us an assessment on each of these touch points. We used AI to see how many people could be in each space and how to make sure that we could play with the distance within each space. We really strongly advocated on the maximum capacity on orientation, and you can see in these few images how the space itself was reshaped, not in art, but in the way we were using it in order to cope with COVID-19. Now we are, of course, a lot lighter on all this disposal, but at the beginning of the reopening and just before the vaccine was available, we had to put in place these things in order to receive our visitor. So this is another, I would say, a reactive approach to what adaptability in a functionality for the functionality can be. But I also want to show some examples of adaptability which is in the program. And I will not talk about the semi-permanent collection because our collection is moving all the time. So that could be one type of adaptability. But I will talk about two strong adaptabilities that we have in the program. One is in the exhibition space. I said we had 2,000 square meters of exhibition space. So here we are playing with the same space with a black box, but we reinvent, we rebuild. So that was the first temporary exhibition of Louvre Abu Dhabi, so from one Louvre to another, a little bit after the opening, and we had recreated almost a mini museum inside the exhibition spaces. You can see the walls. It's like, as if you were, in a way, not in Paris, but you could be in any classical universal museum, and it was a mise en abîme of what the Louvre is, and how it has an impact between the creation, parallel between the creation of the Louvre in Paris and the creation of the Louvre in Abu Dhabi. So that was a manifesto exhibition, very strong statement, and you can see a few images of them. So, and we just closed a few days ago another exhibition in the same space, which is called Dragon and Phoenix, which is really talking about the Silk Road and so on. And in this space, you can see from a few images, we're in the same space, but we played completely on the opposite. We played on the silk, we played on the lightness, and in the same space, with the same purpose of showing artworks, the reinvention of the museography, the capacity to and I took on purpose two very different, I'm not saying one is better than the other, but the capacity to play with these displays offers the capacity to convey even in a stronger ways our propos for the temporary exhibition. So every 4 months, we are reinventing a new way of showing. Second example, which is also embedded, is the Children Museum. I mentioned it because it's, I think Louvre Abu Dhabi is all about education, transmission, creation of a new Emirati generation of museum specialists. And here you can see, before COVID, we had this great exhibition on the clothing. So it was an adventure, so we are gamification of the experience, but it's kind of games you can win only as a kid if you look at the artwork. So you can see kids preparing their visit, and they were dressing, and we had this incredible thing, which was we were playing on the image of the thread in the clothes, because it was a clothes to define your identity, and how can we change and understand the other's identity by looking at artworks. And we had this incredible net between the spaces. Of course, in COVID time, it was a little bit harder to do so. So same space, reinvented just now for the post-COVID reopening exhibition, which is lasting 2 years, but which is playing on emotions. So here, the children can sort of learn how to process their emotions. And you can see that the space is very clearly driven by some kind of emotion. We have made this rainbow, which is also connected to spaces. And again, the spaces here has been adapted to COVID, but in a more, let's say, fun and lively way. And the kids can play. We also expanded, transforming a garden, which for COVID reason is a better place also, and to expand what the Children Museum can be. So again, you see two two versions of the same space, which is used, pushing the envelope in order to reinvent and to adapt positively to what we need for the needs of the visitors. And here you can see the external spaces seen from that. Another way to reinvent the museum and to push was for us also to let's say push a little bit the envelope on the way you can use a museum space. And we had this great exhibition on the nights, and we had an incredible horse coming to demonstrate. We are doing kayak visit of the museum. So the classical architectural work here is made from kayak because we are on the sea. So you can see the museum from all angles. So it's another way to rediscover the functionality of the building, but from a different angle. We had the same thing with yoga, which is very important for us, using all the spaces of the museum as place in which you can have an interaction with the content of the museum. So it's not a classical use, it's a reinvention of the spaces. And again, so that will be the yoga under the dome and on the kayak being presented. And maybe I will close with that. It's on the, I would say, need for the space to be pushed and reinvented all the time is the inclusive mission of the museum. And I want to say on a personal note, one of the first time I came to Delhi as a museum professional was for a great symposium on inclusive museum. And I really enjoyed meeting so many great professionals, and that really fueled my reflection. And it was a long time ago now, but it was a very good reflection how the museum is a civic space. So how to include every community, how we need to push what we have as a museum. So we are lucky in Louvre Abu Dhabi to be fully accessible, I would say, in terms of one floor, which is a great advantage towards many museums. But helping people to, you can be in a wheelchair, you can have disabilities to see, you can be challenged in many ways. So we always, and we have a continuous group working on accessibility to make sure that the space can always welcome people of determination. And you see, for instance, people who have a challenge in the vision. It's about trail and guiding and also training of the staff and capacity to welcome all visitors. Again, the yoga, I don't know why, but and finally, and that will be my closing element. We can also tell stories and we can also enjoy the spaces, and that was one great experience that we had with so many great voices to tell a story, starting by Jean Nouvel, talking about this building as if it were back to a spaceship, and offering a walk through the museum, guided only by the talk, in a pure narrative way. And I think that beyond the functionality, we have the capacity to reinvent our experience, and that would be the need which has to be covered by the museum existing. Voilà, that would be all. Thank you so much. Vinod, all yours. Start. Can you stop me? I cannot.
Thank you so much, Manuel. Manuel, can you hear me?
Yes. I'm trying to quit, but my computer froze for some reasons. But I'm glad it's at the end.
So, as you're trying to work on that, let me welcome the people in this panel discussion. We have Bimal Patel, who's chairing it, and we have Kenson, Kwok, and Sharon Ament and Abha Narain Lambah, who are joining as panelists. I'll take the privilege of introducing the panel chair, Dr. Bimal Patel. Dr. Bimal Patel is an architect, urbanist, academic who has transversed professional and institutional boundaries to explore the ways in which architecture, urban design, and urban planning can enrich the lives of people in India's cities. He heads HCP as its chairman and managing director. Since 2012, he's been heading CEPT University as president. Mr. Patel received a diploma in architecture from CEPT Ahmedabad in 1984. He received a master's in architecture and a master's in city planning in 1988, and a PhD in city and regional planning in 1995 from the University of California, Berkeley. In 1996, he founded Environmental Planning Collaborative, a not-for-profit consultancy and policy research and advocacy organization. His work has won numerous awards, including the Aga Khan Award for Architecture, the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Urban Planning and Design, and the Padma Shri. Over to you, Dr. Patel, so that you can introduce other panelists and continue the session.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your introduction. We have three wonderful, illustrious panelists with us today. Let me start by introducing them. First is Sharon Ament. He's director of the Museum of London and is currently leading the process of creating a new museum for London in West Smithfield. Sharon is a cultural ambassador for the Mayor of London and member of the Mayor's Cultural Leadership Board. On the London Area Council of Arts Council England, chair of the London Screen Archives and co-chair of the Women Leaders in Museums Network, a Noyce Leadership Fellow, member of the Council Scientifique in Paris, and on the International Advisory Board of the Art Science Museum in Singapore. Sharon teaches, advises, and presents internationally. Previously, she has worked in the field of natural history and conservation, working with the Natural History Museum, Zoological Society of London, and the Wildfowl and Wetlands Trust. In 2021, Sharon was awarded the Freedom of the City of London and recently listed in the Blue Look 50 Museum Influencer List 2021. So welcome, Sharon. Thank you for being here for this panel. Our next panelist is Kenson Kwok, trained as an architect from the University of Sydney, and he earned a PhD in environmental psychology, University College London. He established 3 new museums in Singapore, the Asian Civilisations Museum at Armenian Street in 1997, a greatly expanded ACM at Empress Palace 2003, and a Peranakan Museum 2008. He oversaw the conversion of 2 historic buildings into museums, helped build the museum's collections and sponsorship base, secured high-profile long-term loans, and with a dedicated team of professionals, set new standards for museum curating, display, and design. During his time at ACM, over 60 special exhibitions were mounted, many attracting record-breaking attendance. In retirement, he remains active in the museum sector as a board member of the National Museum Singapore and a member of the committees at the National Gallery Singapore, National University of Singapore Museums, Indian Heritage Centre, the European Fine Art Fair, Maastricht, and International Council of Museums. He has been an occasional lecturer at the School of Oriental and African Studies in London. He has won numerous awards too. Last but not the least is Abha Narain Lambah. She is an award-winning architect with an architectural practice that has been listed among the 20 international Works of Wonder Architectural Digest International 2022 and has won Architectural Digest Architect of the Year Award 2019, CNBC Architect of the Year Award 2018, 8 AD 100 Awards, and 10 UNESCO Asia Pacific Awards. Abha has been an expert for the Rashtrapati Bhavan Museum and Indian Museum, Kolkata. Her practice has spanned the last 25 years and focused on museum projects across the country that include the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, Mumbai, the Chaumala Palace Museum, Hyderabad, the Jaivilas Palace Museum, Gwalior, Lal Bagh Palace Museum, Indore, Bharatpur Museum, Jaipur Metro Museum, Anand Bhavan, Allahabad, Nehru Memorial Library and Museum, Delhi, Mani Bhavan, Gandhi Sangrahalaya, Mumbai, and Russia's oldest museum, the Kunstkamera. She's currently working on the Museums of Freedom and Kashmir at Delhi's Red Fort, Bala Saheb Thackeray Rashtriya Smarak and Alpaiwala Museums of the Parsi. She serves on the Governing Council of INTAC and was jury chair ADC Awards New York and juror Golden Tresini Awards. Welcome, Abha. I'm really glad that you're meeting here. Thank you all three for being here. Now, having introduced you, I have to request, perhaps in the same order that I introduce you, to make your opening remarks of about 5 minutes each, and then we'll take questions and I'll direct them at specific individuals. Thank you very much. So let's start with Sharon. Sharon.
Hello, everybody. I am just going to share my screen to just give you a sense of the new Museum of London, which will bring my opening remarks and any questions into context. So let me share my screen and let me do this and let me start the slideshow. Oh my goodness, let's do this. Is that full screen for you?
Yep.
Yeah, you've got the, let's do it. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I'll work through. You'll see the screens. I'm not going to take too long trying to sort this out. So, a new museum for London. We are building a new museum for London. My objective is to create and relocate our museum, which has about 7 million objects. Not all of this will be going into this new site, but here is an image of where we are going. So when you're thinking about the functionality of a museum, we are moving to a building which has had a previous function. The great thing about it is that it is hyper-connected in the centre of London, but it was, as this aerial shot shows, a late Victorian and 1960s meat market. Here is what part of the building looks like now. So there's a very interesting specificity about a museum of a city inhabiting a building which has had a former use. And what we are finding is that the functionality of a market is ideally suited to the functionality of museums. And of course, the Smithfield market was a meat market and has been operating for about 900 years before it became part of a Victorian vision for feeding London. We're working with a series of architects, Paul Williams from Stanton Williams, Asif Khan and Julian Harrop, who is our conservation architect. And that's really important, the functionality to arrive at the best museum in a set of old buildings requires intelligence and deep understanding of the buildings themselves. So we are not imposing a huge new monumental museum design on top of an old building. We have to do this in a way which respects the old building and lives up to our mission, which is about appreciating to enrich the understanding and appreciation of London for all its people, past, present and future. And that really is what's guiding our design for our new museum. And of course, as a museum of a place, we have 3 dimensions: people, time and place. And we have plotted these across the main parts of our new building. And you will see there something quite extraordinary. Unlike the Louvre in Abu Dhabi, which has water surrounding it, we have a live railway train running through the basement of our building. And this will become part of the story of London, and we will open that up so that everybody can see it. The museum plots across that building in this way, we have thought very hard about the functionality of every single place. And we have built and developed each of the museum's functions, whether that's galleries, education spaces, restaurants, temporary exhibition galleries, and so forth. We've plotted it within the location that best suits it across this campus of buildings. But for us, it really begins on the street. So welcoming people in from the street to the museum, which is the Museum of London. And you can't tell the story of London without thinking about us in a global context. So we're very mindful of the functionality of the street and how we spread out into the street, not just considering ourselves from the inside. And so that sense of how the museum uses the street as the streetscape which tells the story of London merging into the museum is really important. We have the assets of the market, which all around the market space, as you can see here and here, are shops. So we want to use those shops again to build partnerships, to tell the story of London, to make it a kind of museum high street, which is very different from any other museum I know. So we have this opportunity to use the assets of the market to bring partners to sit beside us in the museum. It plots across the space like this, and we're using these wonderful big open spaces to create new ways of engaging with our audiences. And this goes right through to whether it's wonderful gift shops, amazing cafes, and even great toilets. So we're really focusing on every single element of the space and what it can do. And creating this mix between inside and outside. And most importantly of all, we're going to be 24 hours as much as we can. And the cafe on the corner will be 24 hours. And we will stretch our opening times from about 7 a.m. to 12 midnight, which for me is about being a most extraordinary asset to London and to tell the story of London, which is a global 24-hour city.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Shall we go next? With Kenson, please.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be participating in this summit and would like to thank Joint Secretary Pandeya for so kindly inviting me. The engagement between museums in India and museums in Singapore dates back to at least the middle of the 1990s. So I'm very glad to see that this engagement is ongoing. I was also rather excited to hear about the plans for new museums in India outlined by the Minister. I hope that our experience in Singapore will be of relevance to these projects. Since 1996, 4 new museums at the national level have opened in Singapore. The Old National Museum, which dates from colonial times, also had a major extension added to it during this period. I was responsible for establishing 2 of these new museums, the Asian Civilisations Museum and the Peranakan Museum. This involves not only the building of collections and audiences and all that goes with setting up new museums, but also the restoration and conversion of the buildings to repurpose them into new museums. All of the 4 new museums are housed in buildings listed as national monuments. Perhaps, Smithfield Market is similarly listed. They had therefore to be very carefully adapted to their new function, as our previous speaker has pointed out. Naturally, there were limitations to the amount of intervention that was possible or even permissible. Let me give you some background to this spurt of museum development in Singapore. There were 2 hang on, sorry, I've got a problem here. There were two factors. The first is urban development. From about the mid-1980s onwards, institutional occupants of many historic buildings in Singapore, in the center of Singapore, that's government departments and ministries as well as schools, began to require larger and more modern facilities. Many therefore relocated to larger sites outside the city center. One of these institutions occupied a key site and unfortunately had to make way for urban development. But many others were considered architecturally important and listed for conservation. Now, the second factor is cultural development, because up to the 1990s, there were only two public museums in Singapore, the National Museum, which I mentioned, originally the Raffles Museum and Library, as well as a small university museum. A high-level decision was made in the early 1990s to accelerate cultural development in Singapore, and this included the establishment of more national museums, hence what I'm talking about now. Various options were considered for the new museums, including greenfield sites, but also the repurposing of existing historic buildings. Now, every museum professional dreams of having a purpose-built museum like MAD or the Louvre Abu Dhabi, but this obviously is not always possible. In the end, in Singapore, it was decided that the most logical use and the most compelling use for some of these historic buildings would be to turn them into new museums. In retrospect, there are pros and cons to this decision, which I can discuss later. Now, basically, I'm talking about two buildings. Building 1, which is about 4,000 square meters, was built in 1910 as a school, and it was occupied for 80 years as a school until the school moved out, and then we took it over. Building 2, much larger, about 14,000 square meters. The oldest portion was built in the late 1860s, just before the opening of the Suez Canal, and various portions were added, various wings were added to this building up to the 1930s. So it became a very long building of various wings kind of like strung together. The result, what we did to it, which you can all see for yourselves once travel is possible again, is a quantum leap in the museum experience in Singapore for our public, from something that was not so different from the conditions of the old colonial museum to something that's on par with museums internationally, at least in terms of the quality of the infrastructure and the quality of the presentation of collections. Lastly, I'd like to point out that in tandem with these new museums in old buildings in Singapore, purpose-built facilities, that means new build facilities for the museum collections, as well as archives collections, were being developed. And my colleague, Loh Hing Noi, will be talking about this in the session on collections tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Abha, can we have your comments, please, your opening remarks?
Well, thank you. What I would like to really say to start with is this quote from Orhan Pamuk, which says, "Real museums are places where time is transformed into space." And I think that is the challenge. And especially in India, when we look at museums, we have a range of museums, and this is the time really that we've begun to look at reimagining them. Over the years, I've been associated with some museums across India. But what if we were to really sort of club them into different categories, there are the type which are really where museums are essentially repositories. They're crucibles containing the cultural ethos of a people or a nation. This, for example, the Prince of Wales Museum or the Chhatrapati Shivaji Vastu Sangrahalaya in Mumbai, showcases Western India and its culture, its museums, its collections, its narrative. And while we were looking at a building like this, it was as important to look at the architecture of this Indo-Saracenic building as the ethos it was projecting, as well as the story of collections. Or, for example, even a photographic exhibition that one worked on in the Kunstkamera, where the idea of a museum is really what is the Indian version of Ajaib Ghar, or where it is a collection of objects of wonder. And what a museum did, which is the oldest museum in Russia, was with this concept of putting together disparate objects, but were considered to be unique or formidable or shocking at that time. What happens over time is these museums across India are now being reviewed, are being rethought, because sometimes we see that there is a certain requirement to bring the technology up to date, whether it's services or lighting especially, or looking at rethinking, even museum facilities, because how many museums in India really have state-of-the-art museum shops or merchandising, or even visitor facilities, clean toilets, for example. So there is a time we need to look at that. And then there are museums which are important because they are talking about the narrative of a particular period in time, or a movement like the freedom movement, especially in the 75th year, or a personality. And here, for example, in the case of Anand Bhavan that I worked on, to be able to string along every period room which had a certain association with a historical personality, and then to bring about a narrative, was equally important to balance the conservation of the period rooms as the narrative of this being a backdrop to the freedom movement. And then one looks at, for example, within the same category, projects like or buildings and museums such as the Mani Bhavan Gandhi Sangrahalaya, where you need to walk a very tight balance between how important is the building of the museum and how important is really the ethos or the spirit that we talk of. And then again, there is this, today we are at the verge of a point where we need to look at a lot of buildings which could be reinterpreted as museums, whether they're museums of a little city's history, reconfiguring buildings which were perhaps market, and that's where the Gold Market Museum with the idea of the Smithfields is so accurate. And sometimes a museum needs to speak about the story of a city, and that was the case in the Jaipur Metro, where while creating an underground metro through a historic city, we actually came upon the old, we rediscovered stepwells that were not there. And in the rediscovery and the restoration of the stepwells, we were able to create an underground museum under the metro station that would host the archaeological exhibits of the state of Rajasthan. So those are museums really which are showcasing a particular ethos or a particular narrative. And then the role of the architect is to hold the narrative, to enable engagement with the museum, to be able to facilitate the display of the museum, the functions, the functional realm and the spatial circulation. But sometimes the museum itself is the object. And that is true of a host of palace museums, where as important as the story of the objects that it is displaying is the story of the building itself. And for that, one of the projects that I was associated with is the Bharatpur Museum, which was a beautiful palace and an equally beautiful collection. And yet, at no point were we to use one to make the other subservient. And that gentle balance between restoring a building, showcasing the architecture and the palace of the museum, and yet being able to do justice to the collection is often what an architect's major challenge is in projects such as this, as well as bringing in new technology, whether it is lighting, and at the same time restoring period rooms. So there I think we really face a large challenge within our country today, because we have a host of museums and a host of palaces. And while the collections are phenomenal, this is the Jaivilas Palace in Gwalior that we worked on a decade ago. It is sometimes important to be able to up the ante when it comes to the services, the enabling infrastructure that the museum requires, the collection, the museum curation, as well as conservation of the objects and artifacts. Within Chowmahala Palace in Hyderabad, this was sort of attempted perhaps for the first time in India, where 22 years ago, we started work on with a large team of architects, conservators, curators, storytellers, to really bring together the whole narrative of the Asif Jahi dynasty, the lives of the Nizams, through not just the restoration of the palace, but also the storytelling of through costume, through historic textiles, through photographic exhibition. And what would be important, what it does really is bring in a certain sense of pride in that community. So the architecture of a museum can sometimes transcend the role of just a vessel to contain a museum collection, and therefore become the object on display as well. And that is true in Madhya Pradesh, where we're working on the Lalbagh Palace Museum, which is one of the finest, richest historic interiors in India of a palace. And therefore the museum, the building itself is the showcase, is the object that is being showcased. And the whole, while the history of the Holkars and the kingdom is important, here each period room, each textile, fabric, furnishing, chandelier, object in the period room is what is really the hero of the museum. And therefore, that much more importance needs to be given to authenticity, because in a museum like this, to have an overkill of LED screens and immersive experience and heavy technology actually takes away from the authenticity of the museum experience. And I think in India at this point, we are at a very critical juncture, because like a new toy, technology has become the new thing, and everybody is bringing in more technology, more immersive, visual, virtual experiences. And yet nothing can take away from a beautiful object, which is there in all its authenticity and simplicity. And I think this today for India is a very important question. When we are bringing in so much into technology, sometimes we take away from the authenticity of the museum experience, because the same technology you and I can be watching online. So why visit a museum? And therefore, the idea of bringing in not just the restoration of the palace, but the building, the interior, being able to touch, feel, see the objects becomes equally important, as well as then the other aspect of building a museum from scratch, which is building a new museum. And that sometimes is, some of the best professionals in the fields are looking at elevating the standards of architectural design, storytelling. But there is a time when we can use architecture at the fore, and where that it sometimes creates the identity for a city, or sometimes where just the most dramatic architectural imagery, whether it is in the repurposing of a building or whether it is in the creation of a new building, is something that can give significance or give new meaning to sometimes a city. So what the Louvre did for Paris in the 80s, or what the Louvre Abu Dhabi has done today, or what Gary's Bilbao have done for those cities, is to sometimes create a new context and to create a space that gives identity to that city. And therefore, I think each one of these aspects is important. Recycling buildings to create a new museum, being able to repurpose existing architecture for museum design, being able to restore and very authentically restore the period architecture to showcase and become the hero of the museum, to creating from scratch a new icon that builds the identity of a place. So There are various challenges, I think, for museums today. And I think this is where we all need to look at where the balance is between the building of the museum being just a vessel and a backdrop, to sometimes the building coming to the fore as architects, as the hero, and sometimes technology being a way of creating a narrative as a facilitator, and yet not over, in a way, dominating the narrative and letting everything else go by. So I'm going to stop here.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you all for your opening remarks. Let me first ask whether you have any comments or questions about each other's points. Anything that you might want to ask each other or comment on each other's opening remarks. Yes, please, Sharon.
Well, I was just struck by the commonality that, you know, I'm in the middle of a big project. Some of the panelists are in the middle of other projects or concluded projects. And I think there's such a lot to learn. I will concur with the sense that buildings do become objects and within the context of each specific museum. So for me, as the Museum of London, it is very important to tell the story of the Smithfield building that we will inhabit. If I was an art gallery, I might not be that interested in that story, but I'm the Museum of London, so it's very important. And so I think where we all need to be very mindful of both the building, the context, and who we are and how we inhabit these extraordinary spaces. And I was struck by how we're all navigating this.
If I may add, sorry, okay.
Go ahead.
Sharon, I visited the Smithfield Market so many times when I'm restoring Crawford Market, which is a twin of Smithfield's Market in Bombay. And then that idea of turning the market into a museum is something that we are attempting with the Gol Market in Delhi, which was the meat market into the museum of the building of New Delhi. So it's interesting, especially how you know, these ideas which start in one area can find a completely different you know, expression in another area, and especially I think within the UK and India, where so many of the architectural typologies and eras are similar. And so much of the heritage is also, and the narrative is a shared narrative that becomes equally interesting.
If you have any comments, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, of course, Sharon. Sorry, Abha. The architectural heritage in Singapore is British as well as it is in India. So we, you know, all three of us have that shared architectural heritage. I think we all agree that this, what the word you use is balance. And I think that balance is quite difficult to achieve, particularly when, as in our case, we were dealing with national monuments, the people controlling what could be done or could not be done were really quite strict. You know, occasionally they would relent and allow us to do something. But it was really quite, I mean, in retrospect, I see the point of not intervening too drastically in something, in a building that's, in our case, quite fragile, particularly the one from the late 1860s. And at one stage we thought, oh, you know, the very high ceilings on the second level. I mean, they're like about, I don't know, maybe 30 feet high or more. And we thought, oh, we could do a mezzanine and we could have double the amount of space, you know. The authority said, no, you cannot do that. But we might allow you to have, you know, 2 mezzanines in the 2 side wings. So we gained a little bit more space. But the central largest gallery, which had double height columns, remained as it is. And I think they were right. In retrospect, we got less space, which was a shame because, you know, now the museum's getting a little bit, it seems a bit small and we need more space. But in terms of preserving the character of the building, this was the right decision. Yeah. And I would also like to say that, yes, of course, all museum professionals dream of having a purpose-built building. But actually, you know, unless you have a superb architect, you know, like at the Louvre, Abu Dhabi, you might end up with a dud. And I'm really happy that, I mean, you might end up with a vanity project that doesn't quite work and everybody says, oh, it's terrible and it's a waste of money. I'm really quite happy with the two buildings that we were given to bring to life again, because actually in terms of the visitor experience, at least in Singapore, where there's so much new building, you know, visiting these two old buildings actually becomes quite a memorable experience in itself. What you said earlier about the museum becoming an object. Yeah. Thank you.
And just to add to what you say, you can't buy that heritage or the richness of the stories that go along with a place and a building that has been around for a long time. And I think it tests the organization and the architects more to be given a set of constraints from a heritage building, which helps us actually to be more creative and to create the kind of museum that is more effective.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions here, and the first one says, well, it's on the same theme. Does a museum building become an artifact, or is it just a functional space? Maybe I could rephrase it a little bit, because I think you've been talking about this already. If you had a brand new museum to build, would you prefer it to be a signature building? Would you prefer it to be sort of to be very low key and be purely functional? What kind of an architect would you select if you had something that was complete? You would on a blank slate, you were to do something. Would you want a grand statement so that it has a story, like an old building, or would you prefer a warehouse that is nondescript?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Well, in both of the projects that I was involved in the first one, the building one, which is the smaller one, it was, as I said, formerly a school. But we were very lucky because at the rear of the building from 1910, there was a kind of a temporary shack that was actually the tuck shop, you know, for the students. So we got permission to demolish the tuck shop, and we built a small annex at the back, which, you know, had no problems of climate control because it was purpose built. So I think that's my answer to your question, which is I like my cake and eat it as well. Now, in building 2, the one that's strung out and dating from 1869 to the 1930s, it was indented. So there are a couple of indentations in the building were projecting wings, side wings, which we use as car parks. So we were allowed to infill one of those car parks with a modern, you know, glassy kind of thing. So we got more space, you know, and we got you know, quite a nice modern statement that's contrasted with the building around it. At one stage, there was talk that Frank Gehry would be asked to design that infill because he was involved in a project in Singapore. Thankfully, it didn't come about. So, so he didn't get to design our infill. I'm very happy with the rather low-key kind of infill that we have right now. That doesn't fight with the rest of the building. Thanks.
Yes, Abha, please.
Okay, if I could take a stab at this, I would say, imagine you have 2 sites, and it depends on the context. So if you had to build a museum in the central vista, then yes, do it within the very, very gently within the South Block or the North Block, and don't have, you know, a crazy structure that comes up there. But if you're building on a flat piece of land in Gurgaon, then get a master architect and do a crazy important building that actually gives some identity to that suburban development, which seems to have none. So it's really a matter of the site that you build at. And sometimes a very strong architectural gesture could actually enhance and give an identity to a space that has none.
Do you want to say anything, or should we?
Yeah, I would say two things. I think the content is everything, and going back to this notion of new technologies and objects. When I arrived in museums, in the world of museums in 2000, there was this concept that new museums would not be needed anymore because everyone could go online and see the world's great collections. And we all know that's not the case. And in fact, museums are places where people visit for social experiences, social cultural experiences, which are profoundly important to them. So I think content is everything. If I was choosing to build something from scratch, I would want an architect who really understood that and who knew or was conscious that it's not necessarily their building that people are coming to see, but the content. And there are many great, I think sometimes architects lose sight of this. And there are big museums that we've all seen and been to, which are great for a nanosecond, and you are reminded as a visitor that you're coming for the content, not just for the building.
Bimal, you got just 2 more minutes, Bimal. So one final question from you to the panel.
Okay. Sure. Thank you. That was a very clear statement. You're saying content is king, the building comes next. That's very clear. And I see Kenson also sort of nodding vigorously, saying that, listen, perhaps that he agrees with you. It's a small question. We don't have too much time, but it's a small question. But in meeting functional needs, what have you found the most difficult in a building, in an old building that is being refurbished? What's the functional need that you find? Yes, please.
In the case in Singapore, it is achieving climate control. We did this in stages, actually. Initially, the earliest project, we had a kind of a hybrid model where we climate control certain galleries, we climate control the interiors of the vitrines, etc., because we just couldn't make it all work. International museum standards require certain climate conditions within galleries for the preservation of conservation of objects. Singapore having a quite extreme climate because it's very hot and very humid, you have this issue of the thermal bridging. Once the outside of the building is hot and humid all the time and the inside of the building is cold and dry, you get this thermal bridging and you get, the building starts to sweat inside. So what you have is a kind of a swimming pool analogy. You've got to provide a kind of a system where it keeps the temperature, it keeps the heat and the humidity out of your. So that was really difficult to achieve in rather delicate old buildings that were, brick and plaster, with the brick and plaster walls. And that was really the biggest challenge. But eventually, we just bit the bullet and, we did this kind of a double walling system where the entire museum within the old building is turned into a kind of a black box, okay? But we did have windows because I thought that, connection with the exterior is important. Here and there, those windows had to be double glazed, etc. That seems to work, at least in Singapore. Thank you.
So, comments on that. Abha, what you find the most problematic, most difficult functional challenge to meet? We don't have too much time, so I think quick comment, please.
Yeah, functionally, also definitely climate control, but also when you're dealing with period buildings, the visitor management, and how do you ensure that there's not overcrowding, or they're very fragile spaces and murals that you don't want too many people breathing over. So to be able to engage the visitor and yet pace out the visitor movement is something that needs to be dealt very early on, and the narrative as well as the spatial planning need to work hand in hand. And very often we tend to feel that the narrative is one part and the architecture is another. And when that dysfunction happens or that disconnect happens, it has a huge impact on the complete visitor experience.
All of those things, and an old building in relation to sustainability goals and building the operation and being very mindful of the climate crisis and how we can make our buildings sustainable from an energy perspective, the embedded carbon and all of that. So that is a real focus and a real challenge. But of course, if you're reusing old buildings, you are immediately, being a little bit more potentially carbon friendly. And for me, the only other thing is to balance all the visitor needs. So, you'll have school children visiting, you'll have people visiting who are coming in groups who are tourists, you'll have people who have accessibility issues visiting and so forth, and balancing all of that across a building that had a different use and was not designed for such a, let's call it a multiplicity of audiences.
Thank you. Thank you. I think those are all three important issues. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for your contributions. I guess I hand it back over to the admin people. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, panel. So I'll just go on to the next session. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Background tech team, we are on board for the next session. So the next session is on management, where we're going to talk about best practices on cultural management, structures, employee management practices, and financial viability, among others. And we have, one of the premium museum directors, Mr. Sabyasachi Mukherjee, who's going to give the first keynote speech in this session. Sabyasachi Mukherjee is Director General of CSMVS and also Director of the Postgraduate Diploma Program in Museology and Art Conservation at CSMVS Institute, University of Mumbai. Under his leadership from 2007, CSMVS has undergone extensive modernization, including refurbishment of the museum's main building and the establishment of a conservation center, a new children's museum, an institutional archive, new galleries, and educational initiatives. In 2010, in recognition of his initiatives, UNESCO awarded the museum the 2010 Asia Pacific Heritage Award for Cultural Heritage Conservation. He's organized numerous art exhibitions and international shows and has overseen publications, conservation projects, exchange programs, and archive projects in partnerships with museums worldwide. A frequent lecturer, an active member of many professional committees, more particularly the Bizot Group, a distinguished group of American and European museum directors, and the UK AHRC. He has also been a fellow of the Nehru Trust and the Salzburg Global Seminar. The Bombay Management Association conferred Special Jury Mention Award 2016-17 on him towards preserving Indian culture and enhancing the glory of the museum. The University of Edinburgh has conferred upon him the degree of Doctor Honorarius Cause for transformation of CSMVS to a vibrant, engaged cultural catalyst in Mumbai. Over to you, Mr. Mukherjee.
Good evening. At the outset, let me thank the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and our dear friend, Dr. Vinod Daniel, for inviting me to speak in the Global Summit, Reimagining Museums in India. The concept of museum is changing with the changing society and the world. Today, museums all over the world facing new challenges, such as tradition versus disruption, freedom versus constraints, analog versus digital thinking, history versus contemporary history, pull over push, new audience for new kind of art, and museums have to struggle to evolve and sustain in this environment. It is no longer a mere repository of art, antiquities, or an epitome of colonial heritage, but a center of world cultures and an archive of human memories. It is an open space for meaningful conversation. It is not a building the way people look at, and I always say it is not a building or an object, but an idea. It should tell stories of people's movements, be seeds of inclusion and a platform for people to exchange knowledge and ideas. Having said this, I wanted to enumerate only the positive role of the museums play in contemporary society. But it also provokes us to reimagine museums and their role in a digital world and allows us to question the relevance of museums in connected world. How do museums shape our emotional and imaginative senses so that we can create a culture of civic life that represents and nurtures the diverse and plural sensibilities of those with whom we share the place? It is a known fact that museum is a cultural as well as social space. It is a meeting place for culture and communities to engage in dialogue and exchange of ideas. It plays a direct role in preserving and enriching the community in which it is sustained. The museum is always seen as an agent of change and development. Museums are public-facing, collection-based entities that preserve and transmit knowledge, culture, and history for the past, present, and future generations. This places museums in an important position of trust in relation to their audience, local communities, donors, partners, organizations, sponsors, and funders. And here I share an image of CSMBS Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, located in the heart of South Mumbai, was built by the people for the people. And this is one of the major cultural institutes in the country, not supported by the government, neither by the central or the state. But the institute is expanding with its activities. Millions of visitors visiting this place. And today, the institute is looked as a learning institute. The concept of 21st century museum or museum of tomorrow actually started in Europe and America, as well as in some progressive countries in Asia in late 19th century and in late 20th century. ICOM played a vital role in developing the concept of universal museum or world community. The main objective was to reunite all like-minded countries on a single platform and also to encourage them to develop a universal approach towards the preservation of a common cultural heritage to be shared with the world. The Museum of Tomorrow has to reformulate its set of objectives, keeping in mind the demographic, social, economic, and cultural changes taking place in the contemporary society, and restructure them according to the needs of the society, If we are not changing according to the needs of the society, then society will eliminate us. And that is something we have to keep it in mind. The bigger museums in Europe and America in the late 20th century seriously felt a need for these changes and therefore incorporated those points in their policies before the dawn of the 21st century. Unfortunately, museums in India completely lagged behind this international movement due to lack of practical experience and a well-meaning vision. It is said that even after 74 years of India's independence, not many museums could meet the basic parameter of a standard museum as defined by ICOM. The national level museums, which primarily showcase the nation's heritage, and other important state level or regional museums have not changed much their basic approaches towards museum principles. Of course, there are many factors responsible for today's state of affairs, which we need to study systematically from the point of view of modern museum practice. The challenges necessitated increased competition from other Asian museums, technological advancement. We are living in digital world, and technology has become a part of our life, which we cannot ignore. Impact of the internet, the world has become small. Static art collection and other resources. Many of the museums stopped acquiring antiquities and art objects. So some museums stopped at 11th century, some museums stopped at 15th century. But the role of a museum is to collect and record human history. And there is government indifference, inadequate human resource. We don't find many trained people because we could not create one iconic institute like IIM, IIT for heritage management in our country. And that is so important, a country like India, blessed with cultural heritage. If we create 30 managers, just imagine 30 managers every year, then all our institutes, iconic institutes, even state level museums, district level museums are managed very well. We don't have to involve administrators or IS officers in managing museums. You manage museums with the professionals. Lack of human interest and awareness, inefficient processes, fast-growing urban life, seeking experience that is authentic and personalized, cultural conflict, and world politics. Keeping these points in mind, the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, CSMBS, had taken adequate measures at the turn of the 21st century to transform all its existing galleries and also its basic approach towards museum practice. The CSMBS has achieved several of its goals with a combination of indigenous skills and foreign expertise, and emerged as not merely as a showcase of antiquities. Today, the museum is moving towards becoming a high-impact, audience-centered institution, valued by the community, artists, other institutions, and the government. Can we have the next slide? Just showing some architectural features recently restored heritage building. And the lighting. Lighting is important in a museum. Light plays a very major role. Next. This is interesting. The collection, galleries, display. Before I talk about the exhibition, let me talk a little bit about the character of a museum, what is the duty of a museum, and understanding the purpose of a museum. A museum is a non-profit permanent institution in the service of society and its development, open to the public, which acquires, conserves, researches, communicates, and exhibits the tangible and intangible heritage of humanity and its environment for the purposes of education, study, and enjoyment. The definition reflects three aspects of the museum. The first is the character of a museum, that it shall be a non-profit permanent institution and open to the public. B, the second part, emphasize the duty that is in the service of society and its development, and we should not forget that. C, the third and final part deals with the purpose, that is education, study, and enjoyment. For many years, we forgot to add very important element, that is the enjoyment. When you come to the museum, it is not always that you come to learn, you come to see and enjoy. If you don't enjoy, you will not learn anything. So enjoyment is also very important element, and that is something we should not forget. It is now distinctly clear from the definition that the very existence of a museum is for the society and its development. Then the question comes to our mind, how do we reach out to all sections of society and give them their legitimate rights to their own cultural heritage? And how do we museum curators do justice to museum collection, museums, cultural collection and cultural heritage? And how do we museum curators do justice to museum collections and other facilities? To address these questions, we have to undertake some general study of museum collections, which is always considered as one of the core activities of a museum. Looking at different catalogs of different museums, it seems that museums across the country could not adopt a single standard acceptable acquisition policy. Neither could do justice to different religions, languages, and artistic expressions of diverse communities. Thus raises a question of inequality on the core objectives of the institutional values. It is therefore necessary for a museum or any cultural institute or public institute to have a clear-cut policy of inclusion for everyone without prejudice. Such a policy helps museums to come closer to people from different backgrounds. As I said in the beginning, the CSMBS was built by the people, for the people in 1909. Then the building was converted into hospital in 1940 when building was completed. Immediately it was converted into military hospital. And finally, the door of the museum was opened on 10 January 1922. But the building was built with public contribution. Collection largely came from private collectors and friends of the museum. So today, when we look at our collection, we realize 85% collection coming from the public as gift to the museum. And this is a unique model of public-private partnership. It's a successful model. Museum sustained over 100 years. We already stepped into 101, and quite hopeful museum will complete bicentenary after 100 years. Museums are institutes for social and academic enlightenment. They are based upon tangible evidence of the cultural and scientific progression of humankind. Museums promote intercultural dialogue between communities in multicultural societies and encourage increased knowledge and greater recognition and appreciation of other cultures. Here, the other is conceived as an object of knowledge rather than an individual with whom we engage in a relationship. The CSMBS Museum is not a mere repository of art and antiquities, but a center of education and learning. We engage different communities in our education program. Can we see the next slide? The different kinds of exhibitions, the different types of program. I think we are one of the few museums in the country bringing world culture every year. At this point of time, museum has collaboration with 14 iconic institutes all over the world. Collaboration, a new way of developing relationships between institutes, organizations, or individuals based on mutual trust and respect. A culture of innovation and collaboration needs a firm commitment from the two or more participating institutes to engage with each other to be able to create something new together. And that is why museums need to be creative and innovative to remain relevant in a changing world. And a museum person should acknowledge and endorse the need for cooperation and consultation between institutions with similar interest and collecting practices. Excuse me. Can we see the next? Certain facilities we developed in past couple of years, which I would like to share with all of you. I have no hesitation to say we have the best storage facility at this point of time with climate control, 365 days, stable climate, proper furniture. The conservation lab is like a hospital for the museum. We could create best conservation facility at the museum in the city. And today, our conservators are helping other institutes and organizations within the country and outside the country. And you will be happy to know CSMBS is earning little money from its facilities. Our conservators are going to Kuwait, helping Kuwait, Al Sabah Museum, Oman National Museum, Dresden Museum. It's a friendship, helping each other, and also gaining knowledge from each other. Next. We have an up-to-date library where you get to see all kind of publications, largely art-related, art and science-related publication, and a little corpus for the library. With that money, we buy our latest publication recommended by experts and people. So when you visit the library, you don't feel bad, you feel happy. What you wanted, you get there. And there is a shop welcoming visitors at the entrance, also giving us little support from the earning. There is a visitors center in the evening when museum closes at 6, visitor center turns into a life, different kinds of program activities taking place almost all the days. And then we have amphitheater. There is a new museum which we added in 2019, Children's Museum for Children. Probably I'll be able to show you. Next. Educational activity is one of the strongest means of engaging the public with collection. The education department of the museum is constantly planning and designing exhibitions and education program in an interesting manner to appeal to all segments of the public. When we plan exhibition, our education team simultaneously plan education program. And there is a separate department for public programming. So they also start planning public program. And now we have social media department. So social media department, public programming department, and education department coming together with the exhibition department and doing things together. The museum has organized many thought-provoking in-house exhibitions on Indian art and culture, and also brought world cultures in collaboration with some of the iconic institutes in UK, USA, and Europe. The museum has been recognized as a research and teaching institute by the University of Mumbai. The Ministry of Culture, Government of India, has recognized the museum as a research institute for the country's highest level research fellowship program in Indian art, archaeology, and architecture, Tagore National Fellowship. The museum houses state-of-the-art conservation research center with modern facilities for preservation and restoration of cultural heritage. Apart from conservation objects, the center also organizes a diploma program in built heritage studies and conservation in collaboration with the JJ School of Architecture and the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. At the moment, we have 30 students and 20 students under museum management studies. Museum has to evolve with the time. For any transformation, what is important before transforming the institute, you need to transform your staff. Staff training is extremely important in our country. We need to send them abroad for exposure. In most of the museums, we find staff are not exposed to new museology, not up to date with the new thinking. And that is so important in today's world. The museum is no longer a storehouse of art and antiquities. Can we see the next slide? The next, the different types of activities. In 2019, we added the Children's Museum. In 2016, we thought we are serving urban people. It's time to cross the boundary and reach out to rural people. So the concept of Museum on Wheels, thanks to the Ministry of Culture, Government of India providing the first bus, and bus started covering large part of Maharashtra rural area, and then city came and supported education program. Looking at our figure, our statistic, they felt that museum is doing very well and it is important for city to support the museum, so they gave us another museum. But the whole concept behind this idea was, if you cannot come to the museum, museum can come to your doorstep. And today, both the units, the Children's Museum is very active, And this is the first children's museum. This is not a dolls museum or toy museum. It's a creative center where children come, participate, and share their ideas. We don't impose anything on them. We allow children to do things in their own way. And the Museum on Wheels, taking museum to our rural folks, traveling all over the Maharashtra. Before pandemic, we crossed Maharashtra, stepped into part of Karnataka and Gujarat. So today, museum is no longer a storehouse of art and antiquities, but an important center of culture and education that touches all aspects of human life. Next. Next. It creates cultural space within its existing space where the tangible and intangible heritage of mankind and its surrounding are preserved and valued and shared with the people by acknowledging their ownership and allow for variety of perspective and interpretation of museum practices. Here, you could see the variety of publication, the variety of exhibitions, the variety of education program, and the impact. Hundreds and thousands of people coming from different walks of life, supporting the museum, encouraging museum staff to do more. And we feel so happy looking at them that today, we are just playing our role as temporary custodian and community. They are sharing their knowledge, their resource with the institute and taking certain amount of pride in ownership, which we lacked a couple of years ago. So that is the impact we could see. Collection and research go hand in hand. This is something we should not forget. Unfortunately, most of the museums and institutes, we don't get to see good quality publication. And this is something we need to encourage. We need to encourage young curators how to write good research article. We need to give them proper training and certain facilities. So they study the collection and they write on the collection. So people come to know about the collection and the power of culture. That is so important. According to many, the museum of the future will be a community space where one can see his or her identity in the sense of cultural continuity, which helps maintain the equilibrium between changing metaphors and static values. It has to reformulate its set objectives, keeping in mind the demographic, social, political, economic, and cultural changes taking place in the contemporary society and restructure them according to the needs of society. Thank you.
On management. Tech team, can you hear me? Okay, so I'm really delighted and privileged to now introduce Professor Deborah Swallow. Deborah is the Merit Rousing Director of the Courtauld Institute of Art in London. The Courtauld is the UK's leading specialist higher education institution for research, study and teaching in the history of art, architecture, conservation, and curating, with the Kotal Gallery and its world-renowned art collection at its heart. Located in Somerset House, London's most significant 18th century complex, the gallery has recently reopened after major renovation, which has received significant acclaim. Kotal alumni lead arts institutions, both public, private, and commercial worldwide. Deborah first visited India in 1969 and taught English literature as a VSO volunteer at Utkal University in Odisha, an experience which changed the direction of her life. She undertook anthropological research in Odisha and became curator at Cambridge University's Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology before moving to the Victoria and Albert Museum, where she headed the Indian and then the Asian department for 2 decades. Over to you, Professor Deborah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I just check that you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Lovely. Your Excellencies, colleagues, friends, Dr. Daniel, I'm tremendously happy to be here and very grateful to the Ministry of Culture and in particular Joint Secretary Pandeya for this invitation. It's lovely to be, as it were, metaphorically in India, even if only on Zoom. The last 2 years or more have felt a bit like exile. And I hope that my contribution will be useful to the discussion on the future of museums in India at this particular moment in time. A time of global change, of pandemic, when we face huge questions about our consumption of the world's natural resources. So why should museums matter with such major issues to address? Why matter in India? Sorry, apologies, I've opened the wrong screen. Let me just close that down. Can you see the, no. Hold on.
Maybe, Deborah, you got to just stop sharing screen and redo it again.
Yes, I'm just trying to do that. I think that is the right one now. Can you see, is that visible now, the new one?
It says a code also, it's okay.
Yes, good, thank you. Great, thank you. I've been privileged to have spent the whole of my working life in the UK involved with museums and galleries of different types, collections, scale, sources of funding, governance and management. The Cambridge University Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, the V&A and the Courtauld. And I've seen each of them evolve throughout this period. Today, more than ever before, they're having to address internal and external debate and challenge about their purposes, about their audiences, or indeed the collections at their heart. They've needed to reach out in different ways to their stakeholders, release some controls, but increase others, and ensure that they remain valuable educational and social entities. This debate is global and not just in the context of who should own and control former imperial and colonial powers' museum collections. There was, in fact, a time when I felt that the larger worlds in Europe and America might forcefully reject the concept of the museum altogether, abandon this institution of imperial origin, and develop other forms of institution to serve new national, regional, and local purposes. That has, of course, happened, but the museum concept has also persisted, been seized, developed, and continues to evolve creatively and excitingly. It's therefore immensely exciting that this debate is getting more and more creative in India, whose rich history and heritage are so significant, not just for India itself, but for the whole world. So what is the future for India's museums and how should they evolve? Where do they fit? How could or should established institutions change as society around them changes? How can they serve audiences not just of the present, but of the future? Which museums in India, and key examples are being represented at this summit, have been successfully transforming themselves or have been newly created, and what can be learned from them? How can others transform? What new museums should emerge? How much should new technologies in which India leads the world play their part? And what might be learned from other parts of the world, whether China, Africa, South America, or Europe and America? There are many definitions of museums and many valuable cultural institutions which have overlapping purposes. But at the heart of the museum that many of us know are its repositories of artifacts, artworks, archaeological remains, scientific evidence, natural history material, images, archives, and so other sources of information, which are part of our shared cultural and scientific heritage, a heritage which museums strive to conserve for the future and which continues to grow. This physical and digital evidence, so carefully acquired, is source material for scholarship, leading to an increased understanding of our world, both past and present, which can then help us shape our attitudes to the future. At the heart of these institutions, therefore, are the scholars and curators of the collections, working both to care for and understand the significance of the works in their care, and then to interpret and share those understandings. These are experts we need to cherish, support, train, and develop. They need to be supported in their own scholarship, enabled to work collaboratively with others in developing that scholarship in new ways and forms, as well as shaping the presentation and interpretation of their material for public display. For the role of the museum is, of course, as other speakers have already been emphasizing, not just collection and research as separate intellectual activities, fundamental though those are, but a space for debate, discussion, a space to translate that scholarship, to create narratives that will stimulate engagement, to use display to make them understandable to wider audiences. Curators, of course, do not work alone. They work with teams of skilled specialists of many kinds. Conservators, registrars, collection managers, object handlers, display designers, exhibition managers, interpreters, educators, digital specialists, front of house staff, visitor welcomers, but also accountants, fundraisers, engineers, fire safety specialists, electricians, cleaners, plumbers, maintenance crews, and security teams, and that's not the lot. So teamwork has to be at the heart of the museum's operation. They are quite complex institutions. Learning to work effectively in teams, both for normal business and for special projects, is critical to the successful operation of today's museums. Feeling part of the institution, feeling valued as a member of its larger team is fundamental for all staff. Museums, of course, have significant public and direct and indirect public value. Though only occasionally, and they are indeed sometimes part of the formal education system, museums remain always key institutions for education and research and communication. Though not profit-bearing commercial institutions, they can be serious economic and social players. In the great metropolises of Europe and America, whether London, Paris, Berlin, Montreal, or New York, museums are key contributors to the economy, along with theatres, cinemas, and other cultural institutions. They bring visitors and regional, national, and international tourists into town or city. Centres with strong cultural institutions attract businesses whose employees favour places with a good cultural life, and cities with strong cultural heritage that's well managed frequently stimulate the development of the wider cultural and creative industries economy by stimulating interactions between individuals and organisations. This idea is not new. It was at the core of Prince Albert's mid-19th century vision for the creation of London's South Kensington complex of science and art museums, bringing together the arts, the crafts, industrial and fine arts, and the sciences. And it continues to shape the Exhibition Road Quarter with its collaborations between the V&A and Science Museums, Imperial College and Royal College of Art. But museums have been shown to play yet other important roles, and Mr. Mukherjee himself alluded to several of them. They can provide safe spaces for discussion where conflicted groups can meet. A good example of this is the Ulster Museum in Belfast, Northern Ireland, which was a singular, i.e. a very unusual safe space for both Protestants and Catholics during the political troubles and violence that dominated the life of Northern Ireland between the late 1960s and the end of the 20th century. And at the other end, at an individual level and a group level, they can provide safe spaces for engagement with those with mental health difficulties and other health and disability challenges. But here is the question that this section of the summit is addressing. How should they best be managed? How should they be funded? Who should run them? How should they be run? What do they need to play these important roles in society? Museums, and I'm now bringing up the dirty word money because it's fundamental. Museums are inherently expensive institutions, whatever their scale. They are not commercial entities which can create profit or cover their own costs. They need consistent and continuous maintenance, staffing and operational budgets for their normal business to operate. They need investment for planning for the future and substantial investment for transformation. These funds may come from one source or from a combination of sources, whether public grant funding of local, regional, or national shape, customer, visitor, or member contributions, from commercial income, sponsorship, philanthropic donations, or invested endowments. And museums, of course, are accountable. They need to justify their expenditure to their funders, whoever they are, and demonstrate clearly that they have spent their funding wisely and as agreed, and that they are relevant and purposeful, and speak to their audiences and perform that social function for which they've received that money. As public or charitable bodies, which almost all are, they are all in some ways accountable to the tax-paying public for the security and well-being of their core assets and their services, their collections and buildings. They need to operate efficiently, to be well managed, to look after and develop their staff, to care for their visitors and manage their finances sustainably. And the greater the expectations, the larger the budget, the more challenging this can be. So I'm really delighted that you have included a session on management, as well as those important elements of architecture, collections, education, and audience engagement. Even though in the world of culture and education, we still often find that the word management carries negative connotations. I'll never, ever forget being described as a mere administrator at several points in my career. Furthermore, I would like to enlarge that concept to include questions about the relationship between governance, leadership, and management, between financial structures, governance, management structures, and the specialist and generic skills required successfully to run a museum. To illustrate these points, I hope you will forgive me for being autobiographical. As you know, I've been privileged to work for three great institutions. The first was the University of Cambridge in its University Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, which is embedded within the School of Humanities and Social Sciences of the University of Cambridge and overseen by academic structures, receiving its core funding from the university. The second was the Victorian Albert Museum, where I worked in the Indian and Asian departments. Like the UK, like other UK national museums and galleries, the V&A is a direct recipient of public funding and accountable to the Department of Culture, Media and Sport. Sorry, the Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport. But responsible for raising a fair amount of its own funding and with significant independence for its trustees, director and senior management to shape its future. I will argue that it is this arm's length status which has allowed the V&A to transform itself from the institution that I first joined in 1982 with leaking roofs and badly stored collections to the dynamic, creative, contemporary, scholarly but relevant and audience-focused institution that it is today. But the institution which I know, of course, best as the one I'm at the moment, where I've been director for the past 17 years, and which underwent a significant change in governance in 2002. This is less well known in India than the previous two, so forgive me a few words of explanation. Founded in 1932 as an academic institution of the Central University of London, the Courtauld was set up to teach, carry out research, and increase public appreciation in the history of the arts of the world. This initiative stemmed from a group of seriously minded individuals who cared deeply about the arts. The Courtauld's leading philanthropic founders, Samuel Courtauld, Arthur Lord-Lee and Robert Witt, were part of the UK's national cultural elite, passionate about education, art and museums. They intended the Institute to be both a training ground for scholars and for art professionals. They also saw the importance of the institution having a collection of art at its heart and constantly reminding students of the importance of art for the public. The university was dilatory in finding premises, so Courtauld gave his own house with a 50-year lease for the institute to start. Over time, the Courtauld expanded. It acquired a further series of major art collections, along with those given by its founders, and in due course established a gallery on a separate site from the academic institute. Throughout its existence, it produced graduates who became curators and directors and other staff of major museums and galleries and leaders of other cultural institutions, not just in the UK, but worldwide. However, in the late 1980s, the Courtauld's property lease came to an end. The Courtauld was at risk of being homeless. New initiatives were developed, funds were raised philanthropically, the university gave support, and government allocated, and the funds were used for the renovation of the North Block of Somerset House, a grand architecturally significant complex on the River Thames, situated halfway between Westminster and the city. This complex, built by George III, is very much a symbol of Britain's second wave of colonial expansion in the late 18th century after the loss of America. It was originally the home of the Navy, Inland and External Revenue Officers, and the Enlightenment institutions, the Royal Society, Royal Academy of Arts and Antiquaries. In 1989, the Courtauld, both Academic Institute and Gallery, moved together into this building, triggering the steady move of the remaining government offices out of the complex and its gradual transformation and renovation as a new educational cultural centre to serve the whole of London. The Courtauld, once in Somerset House, had space to become more expansive with its collections and exhibitions. It established a reputation for its displays and exhibitions and maintained its reputation for excellence in its educational activity as a specialist centre for art history and conservation. But unfortunately, it developed a serious financial deficit. At that stage, the Courtauld had an advisory board, but that board had no responsibility really for its finances, which were settled by the University of London. In due course, the Vice-Chancellor of the university lost patience and insisted that something was done. The Courtauld must shape up or shift out. Key members of the advisory board and other interested individuals consulted intensively with staff, and management consultants advised. Different options were explored. In the end, the bravest option, that of independence, was chosen, but was only possible because key supporters, continuing the Courtauld's philanthropic tradition, had raised funds at speed, both to start an endowment and to buffer the first 5 years of the Courtauld's independent existence. So in 2002, the Courtauld became an independent college of the University of London, directly responsible and accountable to government, the Department of Education, for its public funding and for its overall viability and sustainability. Critically, it could now make its own decisions and could determine the Courtauld's future. My appointment as director was a little unusual, as I was neither a formally trained art historian, being a social anthropologist, nor an expert in the field of Western art for which the Courtauld was best known. The search agency explained that the Courtauld wanted either a world-renowned scholar or someone with a respectable academic background and managerial abilities. They indelicately made it clear to me that I was not in the first category, but possibly might fit the second. A large interview panel asked questions across the full spectrum of academic, higher education, museological, and organizational issues. Much of that interview is now a blur, but I do recall a difficult academic question. And also the question I asked the board at the end about the latest financial accounts of the Institute, which seemed still to show a substantial annual structural deficit. I asked what were the institution's plans. Maybe they thought I was being ironic, but they all laughed. And the chair answered, perhaps unsurprisingly, that this would be the key task for the new director. I left the interview glad it was over, expecting a polite rejection, and was staggered to be offered the role. Possibly my genuine concern with managerial and financial issues secured the decision, but I'm equally sure that even if not thought to be world-leading, my experience as curator and academic was still relevant to the decision, as this has been the pattern both for these institutions and for museums and national galleries in the UK continuously, where a mixture of managerial and specialist skill has always been sought. Museums, galleries, and the wider cultural and creative sector in the UK have flourished over the past 3 decades or so, and we hope they will recover as rapidly as possible from the significant setbacks caused by the pandemic. Key to this success and fundamental to the sector's future are a number of factors, many of which I believe stem from the fact that the UK government has taken cultural investment seriously, but has recognised that an arm's length relationship with the institutions which deliver that allows them the freedom to develop and determine their distinctive futures and thus to play a significant role in society. In the UK, national museums and galleries are defined as non-departmental government bodies. They operate at arm's length. They are fully accountable to government. Each has its own governing board. The chair is appointed by government, as are the members of the governing board, but which are publicly advertised. The board can recommend names, but the relevant department, which has the ultimate power to make appointments. But the position of those trustees, and the chair in particular, is prestigious and attracts high caliber candidates. The current chair of the British Museum is the UK's former Chancellor, George Osborne. His predecessor was editor of the Financial Times. The current chair of the V&A is Nicholas Coleridge, a descendant of the artist and former chairman of Condé Nast. His predecessor was a successful investment manager, philanthropist, and art collector. Members of national museum boards are selected for their expertise in areas relevant to the full range of the museum's mission and operations, from scholarly content to buildings expertise, as well as finance. And they select the director and senior staff of the museum, even if those appointments have to be ratified by the Secretary of State. The Courtauld is not constitutionally a museum, but a higher education institution, and its constitution adheres to models for post-1992 UK universities. Its governing board is self-appointing, but the director, that's me as accounting officer, remains accountable to the Department of Education through the Office for Students. So in this sector, a similar arm's length principle is also operating. Our board includes lay members, ex officio members, and 6 elected staff members. Here too, as an institution of distinction, the board has attracted lay individuals of stature as members. The founding chair was a successful investment banker. His successor, the chairman of international conglomerate Swire. Our current chair was chairman of BP and is now a leader in the campaign for sustainable energy. He was also chair of Tate and chairs the Francis Crick Institute, the UK's major biomedical research centre. I'm giving you this detail and citing these individuals as they demonstrate the fact that museums and cultural institutions can attract individuals of the highest calibre with a range of different backgrounds to act voluntarily in their support. And this too is evidenced in India. The governing boards which they chair include many more men and women who give their time freely and contribute to the positive development of the institutions they support. Ultimately, the future of our museums, whether in the UK and India or anywhere, depends on many factors. But I would like to argue that one of the most important of these is good governance, strong and consistent executive leadership, the development and articulation of a clear vision and mission and strategic plan, which can only be achieved by the leadership working with their teams of staff. Together, they need the space and time strategically to plan their programs of activities, not just a year at a time, although I accept that great things can be achieved within a year, but on a longer term trajectory, 5 years, even 10 years. For institutions to flourish, they need active agency, clear routes to argue for and secure funding needed to deliver their agreed goals. Their staff need the appropriate knowledge and to be supported in the development of a wide range of skills and further knowledge. And to carry the plan forward effectively, they need a management culture which establishes clear policies and procedures, which includes the setting of clear expectations and goals, encourages both individual performance and team collaboration, ensures mutual respect across functions and hierarchy, and ensures clear and transparent communications, both internal and external. These principles, of course, do not differ from those of any well-organized institution. They should be fundamental in museums. Over the past 5 years, the Court has completed the first phase of an organizational and building transformation project, which we've called Courtauld Connects. This, like some of the examples in the previous session, is an established building of great historical significance. So one of our tasks was to conserve the building, to restore it to its splendor or its former splendor, or perhaps even improve on that. But also to make a building with 42 different levels and 16 staircases accessible to people of all physical abilities, and to make it fit for the 21st century with appropriate visitor services and facilities, but also to show our collections in a way which gives them respect and honor and allows people fully to enjoy them and to study them, to make these collections available in more empathetic ways, to open up to a wider public, and to ensure that our display and programming appeal to that public. But we also had to fit in stores and conservation studios and laboratories, all as part of the same project. Rethinking and widening our audiences has been fundamental to our development thinking. We did much audience research, fully rethought our whole approach to interpretation, and engaged with partners in all of this. We created a totally new website and a completely fresh approach to our use of digital media, greatly enhanced by our participation in Bloomberg Connects and support from Bloomberg Philanthropies. A more digital resource has continued to be developed. We also wanted to embed the practice of sharing our collections and collaborating with cities across the country, where Courtaulds Limited, the company which enriched Samuel Courtauld and enabled him to buy art and ultimately to found the Courtauld, had their factories. These cities have lost their manufacturing, industrial sites have been demolished, and are areas of social deprivation. We significantly expanded our schools and communities outreach and run many activities in London, including a program of over 1,300 volunteers trained to take high-quality digital photographs of our very large analog historical collections of architecture. But my point is not what we have done to date per se, but to stress that it would have been impossible without strong and effective governance and management structures suited to our institution and its purposes. Without such structures and focus, and without the deep expertise embedded in the Courtauld, we certainly would not have managed to open successfully late last year. Without focused government, leadership and strong management, we could never have convinced donors to invest over £50 million to pay for this project. And without the same structures, we would never have succeeded in completing the project, while also running a specialist university, often online, through a pandemic, and ensuring that our students graduated on time and did not lose yet more of their lives. I am not suggesting that these particular governance models should be assumed to be directly applicable to India. And there are already excellent models across the country. But I do wish to stress the need to talk more about these issues and think proactively about these questions, to discuss issues of funding and planning overtly, to think hard about modes of management, governance and accountability, and what forms of leadership, staff training and development are best suited to ensure the exciting futures that Indian museums can and will achieve. Believe me, management is not all boring. It can be really very interesting. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity.
Oh, goodness.
privilege of introducing the chair for this panel, Dr. Alka Pandey, and then she will go ahead and introduce the panelists, Gauri Krishnan, Karni Singh Jasool, and Tracy Knuckles. Dr. Alka Pandey is an art historian, author, and curator with 2 postgraduate degrees, one in history and the second in history of art, followed by a PhD in art history and a postdoc in critical art theory, University of London. She has authored numerous books and curated many national and international exhibitions. She is recipient of the Charles Wallace Award, Knight of the Order of Arts and Letters by French government, Australia-India Council Special Award, L'Oreal Paris Femina Women's Award, and Amrita Shergill Saman. She built the collection of Indian artists for the Essel Museum in Vienna, Austria, the Divine Gesture Gallery at the City Palace Museum, Udaipur, and the Outdoor Sculpture Park for the Fateh Prakash, a Taj property at Udaipur. A prolific writer, Alka has also authored a number of books on Indian art and culture, including Aradhani Ishwara, The Androgen, Probing the Gender Within Body, Sutra, Sringara, The Many Faces of Indian Beauty, Phallus, A Cultural History. As Artistic Director of Photosphere, an initiative of the Indian Habitat Center, Panda brought in the environment and photographic practice together as a public arts project. She was the project director of the first ever Bihar Museum Biennale in 2021. Currently, she's a consultant and art advisor and curator of the Visual Arts Gallery, India Habitat Center, New Delhi. Over to you, Alka.
Thank you, Vinod, for the very clear introduction, and thank you for conceptualizing a wonderful 2-day session. I would also like to compliment the Ministry of Culture and the dynamic Lily Pandeya for initiating these wonderful conversations and dialogues, which are so important to us, particularly in the post-pandemic world. Museums, as my fellow colleagues, the keynote speakers have all stressed, are important laboratories of information, of language, of visual arts. They help us understand who we are, and they help us also. It's not only about the pleasure of viewing, but it's also about the understanding of aesthetics, the culture, the identity, and the many, many important lessons that we learn and are learning, and the wellspring of ideas which are in modern and contemporary museums. The definition of museums itself is changing, and I'm really glad that there is a whole session on management. I'm delighted to also welcome my panel. I have with me today Dr. Gauri Krishnan. She's an art historian, an independent curator, and museum consultant. Gauri conceptualized and developed the Indian Heritage Center and the South Asian galleries of the Asian Civilisations Museum at their inception. She's curated major international exhibitions of Indian and Asian art for the past 28 years. Gauri's research and publications include the medieval Indian sculpture, Asian Ramayana and Buddhist art, Indian diaspora, and Indian trade textiles to Southeast Asia. She earned her MPA in Bharatanatyam in 1986, a PhD in art history from the Maharaja Sayadji Rao University of Baroda in 1995. Gauri is a recipient of the Commendation Medal and Public Administration Medal Bronze for her contribution to the arts and heritage sector in Singapore. She has dedicated over 30 years to the arts and heritage sector in Singapore. Studies and Curatorship at the Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, aside from consulting museum projects such as the Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya in New Delhi, amongst others. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to introduce the panel first, and then I will request each of the panelists to make their presentation. I'm also delighted to welcome Karni Singh Jasol. Karni Singh Jasol is equally entrenched in the world of arts and letters, and he's the director of the Mehrangarh Museum Trust, Jodhpur. He served as the chief curator of the international exhibition Peacock in the Desert, the Royal Arts of Jodhpur, which featured at the Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, the Seattle Museum, Seattle, and the Royal Ontario Museum, Toronto. Karni Singh was educated at the Mayo College in Rajasthan and holds a master's degree in museum management and Indian history, culture, and ethnoarchaeology from the Maharaja Sayaji University in Vadodara. He has been the recipient of several awards, including the Charles Wallace Award for a study on the collection, management, and storage system of the Victoria and Albert Museum, London, and the Nehru Trust Award for a study on museum education in Indian museums. He's also a recipient of the Fulbright Scholarship and worked at the Freer and Sackler Galleries of the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. Karni Singh Jasol co-curated the critically acclaimed exhibition Garden and Cosmos, the Royal Painting of Jodhpur, for which he received the prestigious Alfred Barr Award of the College Arts Association. I'm also privileged to welcome on board Tracy Knuckles, a philanthropy strategist, organizational leader, and counselor. Tracy joined Bloomberg Philanthropies in 2016 and works on arts philanthropy as a consultant for cities around the world with Bloomberg Associates, including Athens, London, Milan, Atlanta, and Chicago. Her portfolio consists of a range of multidisciplinary projects that include grant making, management strategy, and public-private partnerships. Prior to joining Bloomberg Philanthropies, Tracy had a distinguished career in public service. She served in leadership at the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs for 10 years, most recently as Deputy Commissioner and General Counsel, managing the agency's core operations and guiding a host of strategic reforms and programmatic initiatives with museums and performing arts organizations. Before Cultural Affairs, Tracy was an assistant US attorney and a litigator in private practice. Tracy earned a Juris Doctor from the Tulane Law School and a Bachelor of Arts in English from the University of Virginia. She's a native New Yorker who credits her mother with introducing her to the arts as a child and the visual arts practice that she maintains today. So I do have a wonderful panel, diverse, which will be very, very enriching. And what I would like to, before I get Gauri to make her presentation, I just want to begin with a little quote, which I think is very, very interesting, particularly to India in this post-pandemic world. It's a quote from an essay which Arjun Appadurai and Karen Breckenridge wrote, "Museums are good to think, heritage on view in India." So what is interesting is museums in India look simultaneously in two directions. They are part of a transnational order of cultural forms that has emerged in the last 2 centuries and now unites much of the world, especially its urban areas. Museums also belong to the alternate forms of modern life and thought that are emerging in nations and societies throughout the world. These alternate forms tend to be associated with media, leisure, and spectacle, are often associated with self-conscious national approaches to heritage, and are tied up with transnational ideologies of development, citizenship, and cosmopolitanism. So against this backdrop, what is interesting to see is that how do all my wonderful panelists management in this seminar, 2-day seminar called Reimagining Museums in India. I think I will just go with the people who are introduced in that order. It is nothing to do with seniority or experience or age. It's a very rhizomic way of looking. I'll request Gauri Krishnan to go first. She has been passionate about the arts, her father being an art historian, a visual artist, she herself having an interdisciplinary aspect to her practice, having learned dance, going into visual culture. So it would be wonderful, Gauri, if you share your experiences. And I must say that we must stick to 7 minutes. I'll have to play the role of a timekeeper, and I would request you to stick to your presentation for 7 minutes. Thank you, Gauri, and welcome. You need to unmute. You need to unmute.
Thank you, Dr. Alka Pandey, for this kind introduction. I want to begin by thanking the Secretary Culture, Shri Govind Mohanji, and Joint Secretary Culture, Srimati Lily Pandeyji, for this kind invitation, and also for organizing this wonderful summit on reimagining museums, which is a very timely call for all of us, especially in the post-pandemic period, to be talking about some of these issues. And I'm again very glad, as Professor Swallow just mentioned in her presentation, that management is a very important cornerstone of any museum's success. And so it is very important and very timely that this conference also has a panel on management. I would like to make very few quick remarks because, again, as time has been very, very limited, and I want to be very pointed. And I also want to talk very specifically about the situation not only faced by our colleagues in India, but internationally in the museum field. My comments are mostly relevant for museums that are funded by government or by public funding. Amongst the topics that I want to highlight are the best practices of museum development and management, which I feel that one has to begin at the beginning and right at the starting point, especially in the context of training. India has a long history of providing museological training or museum studies training, and we have a number of professionally trained museum professionals entering the market, and very often we find they are either not being gainfully employed, nor are they being even considered seriously in the the job descriptions sometimes that come out from the museum advertisements. So I think we need to address this issue, and we also need to address the point about the training being relevant. So my comments are both addressed to the museum professionals or museums as organizations who have the potential to hire the relevant manpower going forward, and also to the teaching institutions specializing in museology to make it very relevant so that the situation in India going forward is more relevant and more significant for young professionals who are entering the market. And having a very well-trained personnel running our museums, it's very critical for the institution's efficient functioning as well as for its future success. Moving on to the next point, it's also very, the same point I want to add further to it by saying that it's very important to hire a good mix of administrators and specialists for our institutions, which will benefit from their strengths and also continue to grow. The growth, again, I imply both the individual's growth as well as the institution's growth. Since currently many of our museums in India are suffering from either stagnation or are in need of resuscitation. And the third point I want to highlight would be about training, which could be both on-the-job training, specialist skill training and development, study visits and internships, which with more established museums nationally and internationally. I know it's not a new thing, it's been happening, but we need to make it even more intensive and beneficial, especially by tracking its impact in the day-to-day working of our professionals and the institution which are investing in training their staff. Next, I have the point, I would like to make the point about current needs of museums, for which I would like to share my experience of being a museum professional in Singapore, with which I have been involved with 2 museums. I want to quickly share my screen and just show you the pictures of the museums which my chair just mentioned. This is the Asian Civilisations Museum by the river, Singapore River. This is a colonial building about which in the previous session by Dr. Kenson Kwok, my former director, it was mentioned. This is a colonial building, and we had a very interesting experience, a journey rather, of refurbishing an old building. And I had the privilege of working for a new museum, which was a purpose-built museum in Little India. This is the Indian Heritage Center, which was for which we had the good fortune of planning all the functional needs, and we were able to meet with some of our expectations, although it is on a very, very small footprint, but it gave us a completely different perspective on how to engage our audiences, our community, and develop our management, which is very much based on community engagement, and a board which was drawn from various, a wide cross-section of profile of community leaders. These are some of the interior views of the Museum of the Indian Heritage Center in Singapore. And if I go back to the 1990s, when Singapore planned to refurbish or resuscitate its museums, one of the major initiatives they took was to start with a master planning. And they also hired professionals to lead some of these museums or museum redevelopment plans. So they had a fair balance of administrators and specialists. And of course, they devised their funding model, in which government played a very important role and continues to play, with a view that as time goes, the museums will learn to generate their own revenue streams and work with multinationals and other sponsoring agencies. They also drew their management, their boards, their advisory boards from a wide cross-section of society, where again, the emphasis was on raising funds and also promoting collection development. Sorry, I also want to highlight that Singapore set up a National Heritage Board under the Ministry of Culture. Sorry, there is some noise somewhere. I will quickly come to my last point if someone is telling me about the time limit. Okay, I want to highlight that Singapore also planned a National Heritage Board. It was set up in the early 1990s that reported to the, it was a statutory board reporting to the ministry, and was given the charge of managing some of its major national museums, ranging from history, Asian Civilisations Museum to the modern arts. This gave it a specialized ability to address the needs of the museums and also fund it accordingly, and hire professionals and appoint board members, which would contribute to the development of these museums. I come to the last point here about preparing a blueprint, which is also one of the desired outcomes of this conference. for the renewal of museums in India from the management perspective. And I certainly hope that museums plan a sustainable revenue funding models, especially the government museums, for revenue and funding, plan its galleries, exhibitions, and programs based on front-end evaluation, by which they engage their audience to figure out what exactly the audience would desire, and hire highly motivated teams of professionals whose performance is appraised based on international benchmarks. Lastly, I also strongly believe that Indian museum organizational structures can disrupt traditional hierarchical models and form a more problem-solving model that is that incorporates and gives control to its team members or staff, and gives them appropriate appreciation, recognition, and reward. This I recommend would be based on a matrix or a team-based organization structure that can increase definitely productivity, add transparency, and value experience and capacity of the staff members, rather than usually give credence to seniority alone. In conclusion, I envisage that our museums are agile companies, which are achievement-oriented, engage the audience in a more deeper way, and be incentivized for better performance, like a company catering to the needs of its audiences. Thank you. I would like to end here.
Thank you, Gauri, for that very succinct presentation. The points you made were very, very relevant about the new giant museums of today, the needs of a museum, preparing a blueprint, organizational structures requiring a relooking, and efficient personnel with a good mix of administrative trained staff. Thank you very much. Now I'll request Karmi Singh Jasol, who with his years of experience taking care of primarily a huge royal collection, branched out and curated and took the collection out. What were the challenges, how he manages? We'd love to hear from his practice.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. And what a pleasure to be part of this wonderful panel. Since time is essence, I will be sort of very direct on certain issues. Reimagining museums in India is a very close subject to my heart. And as a practicing museum professional for the last 20 years, I have been part of several discussions on this subject. And so I will be very direct, and I hope the audience will not mind my being very direct on the issue, because one of the issues with museums in India is its management structure. And it's very important to fix this issue to really be relevant to the theme of the summit, which is reimagining museums in India as India enters its 75th year of independence. One of the thing that, and let me very quickly share my screen as to where I come from. And yeah. I would be spending just about a minute as to where we are located. This is a wonderful site in Jodhpur, Rajasthan. Mehrangarh, it receives about more than a million visitors in pre-COVID times. It's considered to be an example of a successfully run museum and heritage site in India. It has both national and international collaborations, a collection which is internationally recognized for its research and publication. Peacock in the Desert, that was mentioned in your introduction, a recent exhibition that traveled to 3 international museums, 2 in the US and 1 in Canada. Garden Cosmos, another exhibition that opened at the Trier Sackler and then traveled to Seattle Art Museum, the British Museum, and the Gallery of New South Wales in Australia. I'm going to leave you with this slide, and as I speak about the audiences and the idea of museum in India. Let's first realize that the idea of museum in India to the larger audience and the larger population that India has is a foreign construct. Unfortunately, we have not been able to make the idea of museum a mainstream idea. And that, I believe, is the core issue, that why after around the 75 years of India's independence, we are discussing reimagining museums in India. And unless we address this core issue, and that's why I mentioned in my opening remarks that I hope the audience won't mind being direct and being very frank. As a practicing museum professional for the last 20 years, I see the issues very closely. That we need to address it in a wider context and to address it very, very directly. And unless we address it at school level, unless museums are part of our educational policy, we will not be able to really meet this challenge. Most school children in rural India, when we say that 70% of India lives in rural context, are we really reimagining museums in India? We are talking about a very small select population. And to truly reimagine museums in India, we have to consider the larger scale of India that it is. And unless we bring museums within the context of education, it will be always a defeatist movement. So it is very important that we bring museums as an idea, as a mainstream movement, which requires a hurricane effort. And since the summit is organized by Ministry of Culture, I would request the ministry officials to have a component in the education policy. They should be having a discussion with the education ministry to bring museums as part of mainstream and to be part of the educational system. I have 1.2 million visitors visiting me every year. And there is a very small percentage of school children who come to visit the museum. Even within the city that we are in Jodhpur, we are continuously engaging with our schools. And yet, they are so far removed from taking their students to the space that is a museum. I think we are talking a long shot. And it will require a very, very concentrated effort on part of all the stakeholders. And here the major stakeholders being the governments. We need to bring museums within the fold of educational policy, both national and state-wise. And having said that, the other main issue is leadership and research and training. A country the size of India has only, on my fingertips, I can count the institutes that teach art history. We cannot, we had an introduction about new museums coming to India. Where are the professionals who will manage these museums? Unless this issue is addressed about opening more art history schools in India. We will continue to have a shortfall about manpower. Within, we are talking management, and human resource is the backbone of management. Unless we have trained professionals looking after our museums, we will fail this endeavor. So this issue of management requires a drastic rethinking. It requires the government's commitment. It requires the government's vision. If in the next 10 years, we want to be part of any significant museum movement, then we really have to rethink the entire process. As I mentioned, I've been part of these discussions several times, and it's a very welcome initiative, but it needs to be backed with serious actions. It needs to be backed by serious commitment. It needs to be backed by serious will. Unless that will happen, we will have non-professionals looking into museum matters, and the entire purpose and entire role of museum within the context of India will be defeated. We need to have an Indian model of museum management. You cannot continuously look at the Western models. There is a completely different audience. There are a completely different set of cultural institutions. India is different. India needs to rethink about how it plans to manage its cultural institutions, how it plans to train its new leadership, and it needs to start at the grassroots levels, that is schools. Unless we inspire our new audience, the children of India, unless we inspire new leadership that will come up in the next 10 years, 15 years, that again is at the school and college level, we will unfortunately keep coming back to this subject of reimagining India even after 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Karni, for sticking to the time. That's really important. I don't know. Yeah. Why? I think the technical team is taking me out. Please put the video on. Yeah, I think that's better. Thank you, Karni, for really sticking to time. It made things a lot more facile pragmatically. Also, the important things that, the most important point that you made was that we need an Indian model which is very, very important, because India is a singular country, and how we need to start at the school level itself so that the next line of leadership is ready in the next 15 years, and we should stop looking towards different models of museum management. Thank you very much, Karni. And now I invite our last speaker on the panel, Tracy Knuckles, to give her thoughts on, from her very, very diverse practice, on what museum management means to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. And thank you to the Ministry of Culture for inviting me to be a part of your conference. It's wonderful to hear about both the history of museums and visual arts in India, but also to understand where you're headed. And I'm glad to know that many of the themes that I've been thinking about have already been touched upon and will inform what I tell you today about the changing role of museums. I come to you this morning from New York City, where I am part of Bloomberg Philanthropies. We are a multidisciplinary foundation that includes a consulting practice that does work in cities around the world on behalf of mayors. Because the mission of Bloomberg Philanthropies is to ensure better, longer lives for the most people. Much of our work is happening in cities. And when we provide consulting services, they're all pro bono, that is the philanthropic part of our work. We often find that mayors are very interested in museums. They are anchor institutions that can draw community. They provide educational services. They are safe spaces. And so in light of all of the challenges that we're all facing, but in particular, what the cultural and museum sector is facing post-pandemic, it is incumbent upon museums to always consider their role and be ready to change and respond to the times in which they are operating. So I'll share my screen for a brief presentation, emphasis on brief, that will talk through 3 themes that we keep seeing in our consulting practice and really reflects where there is innovation and a changing role for the museum. Again, as the world faces unprecedented challenges, museums are rethinking how they operate. We're seeing this first in engagement, with museums moving beyond the collection and beyond the museum walls to reach communities in new ways. Second, with collaboration, they're creating networks that build civic participation and partnership with local government and among institutions. And they really have become a way of building resilience for institutions as well. And then finally, leadership. We're finding that museums are now looking to cross-disciplinary training for academics, art scholars, and art historians that are seeking to lead museums into the next century. First, with engagement, a few examples here. You'll see on the right, the world-renowned Metropolitan Museum of Art, one of New York's flagship institutions with an encyclopedic collection, for the first time ever hosted a block party. They brought the museum to the public. There was programming on the plaza and stairs, which some of you may have visited if you've ever been to New York, programming inside the museum and programming online. To think that a museum of this size and this scale would seek to engage the public in a new way really was innovative for an institution that's been around since the 19th century. On the left, you'll see a photo from the Bloomberg Public Art Challenge. This is a program that is done with Bloomberg Philanthropies that pairs artists with cities that are seeking to do public art to engage communities and face a civic challenge. This photo is from Spartanburg, South Carolina. It's a small city in the southeastern United States that sought to engage 10 different communities in the city with the help of the Chapman Cultural Center, their local museum and anchor institution. And what's interesting here is that the museum took on actively the community engagement required to visit those 10 neighborhoods and guide the artist in creating site-specific work that would respond to the challenges in those communities. Integral to that were conversations and partnerships with the local police department and fire department. Again, placing the museum in a new context and engaging residents who may not have ever come through its doors. Another aspect of engagement is digital infrastructure. And it was wonderful to hear Dr. Swallow reference Bloomberg Connects, which is one way of engaging the public from a digital perspective. Bloomberg Connects is Bloomberg Philanthropies' way of bringing cultural programming to the public at their fingertips. Our support for audio guides in museums dates back to 1999, but with the onset of the pandemic, there was more interest in institutions bringing that content to people who could not come through the doors of the museum. Today, we have more than 60 cultural partners on the app, more than 530,000 lifetime users, and the audience keeps growing. Now, it doesn't mean that a museum has to use an app to engage the public, but what we're suggesting here is that digital infrastructure is really important. Does your museum have a social media presence? Are you thinking about digital strategy in a meaningful way? It doesn't mean that you have to be technologically wired or physically capable of new technology necessarily, but are you thinking about how your institution will approach the online public? Collaboration. The creation of networks is key for museums that are looking to grow and be sustainable over time. On the right is an example from New York City where many cultural institutions are built as public-private partnerships. The Cultural Institutions Group is a group of 34 city-owned cultural institutions that are anchor institutions that receive city funding, but also raise private dollars. They are private nonprofit institutions that operate on city-owned property. They include institutions large and small, the Metropolitan Museum, for instance, the Museum of Natural History, and smaller ones in the outer boroughs, such as Queens Theater in the Park and the Staten Island Museum. But what's important here is while that network of 34 had the city ownership in common, during the pandemic, they created a larger network of institutions that began working together. And the daily call that's referenced here in the New York Times headline was called Culture at 3, meaning that every day at 3 o'clock, New York City cultural leaders, first led by the Cultural Institutions Group, but growing to more than 300 across disciplines, including dance organizations, theaters, educational institutions, came together at 3 o'clock every day to think about how to approach the pandemic. Particularly early on, before there was public health guidance and a real approach to how museums would operate, whether they would close and what would happen with their programming, this group really became the way that New York City artists and cultural organizations remained alive. On the left, you'll see a photo from Athens and the Athens Culture Net. This was part of a consulting engagement with the city of Athens, Greece, that we supported and helped to support the creation of Athens Culture Net, which is a network of more than 40 cultural institutions in that city under the auspices of the city and the mayor of Athens that program together, work together, and seek to do programming outside of the walls of the institution. What's important here is that prior to the establishment of this network, many institutions hadn't worked together in a formal way. While curators had relationships, artists knew one another, institutions had never thought about planning, strategizing, or programming together. Again, there's a real value in institutions working together, and it really is consistent with a saying that I think is really important when you think about resilience and participation, that it's hard to make friends when you need them. So it's good to have a network that you can draw upon in the good times and the most challenging ones. Finally, leadership. And I'm glad to hear this theme echoed from my fellow panelists, because training museum professionals is something that's super important in terms of resilience and sustainability of the sector as a whole. And what I'm highlighting here is a program called the Center for Curatorial Leadership. It's based in New York City and it's been supported by Bloomberg Philanthropies for many years. It is a private organization, but what it seeks to do is to train curators in a multidisciplinary way. So while many are well-renowned academicians, art historians, and scholars, that training does not necessarily include the practical parts of running a museum. As Dr. Swallow noted, they are complicated institutions. And so the Center for Curatorial Leadership offers a fellowship program that runs for 6 months out of the year that chooses 10 to 12 participants from museums, both in the US and abroad, and engages these fellows in mentorship and training across a number of areas. They receive coursework and lectures from Columbia University Business School professors on topics like decision-making, financial management, negotiation, and organizational alignment. Again, as my colleagues here have echoed, leadership is important in museums, and it can't just be limited to art scholarship. Again, it's important to remember that museums are our anchors, but as the future raises more challenges for sustainability, must reinvent themselves, remain relevant and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy, for that very informative and insightful presentation on the changing role of museums, where you had community program and engagement, digital infrastructure collaboration, civil participation, and PPP. And of course, the most important, that multidisciplinary ways of looking at the curatorial practice and how it enriches the visitor experience as well. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Gauri Krishnan and Karni Singh Jasol and Tracy Knuckles for making the time and presenting important insights into management of museums. Thank you very much.
Q&A. Yeah. I think tech team, you got to bring Alka into the thing too. I think she's got some questions for the panel. Yeah, tech team, I think you got to get the whole panel back.
We're all back. We are waiting.
Yeah. So it's over to you. I think someone's thing is maybe Karni, you could. I don't know. Can you all hear?
Yeah, the voice is a bit.
Yeah, I think someone's thing is. So Alka, it's over to you if you have questions for the panel to start with.
I think the panel has been really very, very informative. And I think we've also overstepped the line. But if the panel wants to shed any further light or wants to have a discussion, I'll be happy to take it. But I think with Tracy's very insightful it was a fruition of all what had been said earlier, and somehow it went very well together. But if there's any questions from the audience, we are happy to take that.
Yeah, see, I think many questions from the audience. I think there is some echo that's coming. I don't know who's. So I think maybe just one question. Maybe just to start. So when you manage a cultural institution, it was very clear that management formats. Is it different if it's a small institution or a large institution? Is there any difference? Because I know, some of you manage large institutions, some manage small ones. Are there any commonalities that you can actually, talk about that people can take? Because see, Gauri, you've done the India Heritage Center, it's a smaller museum, while Karni and Tracy and all you guys do larger institutions. So is there something that you want to have as takeaways that are same? Because I'm sure a lot of the listeners would have small museums that they manage.
No, I think fundamentally the structure is the same. You scale it up according to what the institution's collections and visitorship is. But I think the fundamentals remains the same. You will need a good leadership. You will need a good trained staff. You will need a good, motivated, inspired team. Those are the core values of any good management system. You can scale it up, you can scale it down, but I think the principles remains the same, and that's from my practical experience of managing an institution, whether it is big or small. I think the fundamentals remain the same.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to add anything?
I would like to add to what Karni said. I agree that it's a question of scalability, whether you're managing a small museum or a large museum, whether the manpower or the footprint of the museum varies. I think what needs to be further added to these points that were made by Karni is also pertaining to the, that pertains very much to the board. What kind of board the institution has selected to guide it and lead it, and whether it's the executive or the an advisory board, and who are the people who are leading this board. A lot of decisions and forward thinking is done by the board, and if it is a board which is positive and beneficial to the growth and structure and development of the institution, I think it would go a long way in its survival and its flourishing in a positive way. And this will also encourage the staff who are working at the institution and the leadership. For example, if they choose a leader to say direct that museum, a lot will depend on the selection made by that board of the kind of director who should lead that institution. So I would say the dimension of leadership and the board management is also very critical.
And Tracy, you want to add anything, Tracy?
I agree with those comments. I would emphasize the importance of collaboration and partnership, particularly between small and large institutions. There are some things that small organizations I wouldn't say do better, but have expertise in, given their size and their location. They may be more intimately connected to the location of their community. They know the local leadership. They know the cultural leaders of a given group where they're located. And there may be aspects of partnership that may be good for larger institutions to bring to smaller ones, reaching certain communities, approaching artists that want to work in local community. So collaboration is what I would emphasize.
Thank you. And I'll see, since this being the last panel, I'll probably ask one more very quick question and then we'll close the panel. And this one is, I think we come from an environment where more generalists become heads of institutions. So it might be a bureaucrat or might be someone. And I know it's a very specialized, field there. What would you suggest is a good model for capacity building or getting them to understand this specialized nature, that happens in museums, so that they can better function? I thought, I'll just ask some of you to just comment on what you think, and it'll be good. Maybe Karni, I can see you smiling, so.
Yeah, so Vinod, I would sort of take that question within the Indian context. Yes, leadership is an important question, and whether the leadership is within the field or outside of the field. But yes, I feel that India is unique in the sense that majority of the museums in India are within the state fold, whether it is national or state. And these institutions are headed by regular bureaucrats. And I think that's not the solution for long term. If you look at major institutions of the world, the curatorial staff sort of, works their way through the leadership. And I think the long-term solution to leadership within the Indian museums is to have a strong curatorial staff who will take the leadership, understands the institution, and can take that role to the next level. I don't see bureaucracy or non-professional museum staff to take the leadership of Indian museums to the next level. I think that's not a model that will work. It has to be an inward model where people from the field take up the institutional positions and are able to lead the institution to the next level.
Yeah, look, I mean, I know in some countries, it's worked where you had both, people who, having traveled to so many different countries, I think, there's been where, you had people who are journalists who have actually taken that role and built that up too. Countries like, Egypt, and you have, I think in Singapore too, probably there's quite a few successful models, where people have done that, I guess. So I know this is a part of the discussion, in how you really, balance, but I think that there is, still room to see how to kind of build, that broader, knowledge base, when people take that role. So
yeah, those journalists have to be passionate and have to have some connect to the leadership role that they're assuming. The Indian model where a bureaucrat who a previous night was a director of agriculture takes on the role of director of museums may or may not work. So you need a sort of a much more inspired leadership than the usual to make reimagining museums in India a really successful discussion.
Yeah. No, I think it's great that right now we are at that phase where there's a lot of enthusiasm, even from the bureaucracy. So thank you for your comments there, Karan. And I think I'll formally kind of close this panel discussion. And I think it's good. There's a whole bunch of ideas that have been shared. And I think that's part of why we have a panel discussion, is to get a range of ideas to the table. So thank you so much. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Karni. Thank you, Gauri. And thank you, Alka, for putting the discussion and the panel together. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just I think I'll just go back to the whole group now. Thanks to all the keynote speakers for making the day very enjoyable. There's been a diverse range of views, examples, everything has been shared. I thank all the keynote speakers, panelists, panel chairs in both the architectural and functional needs session as well as the management session. Please do join us tomorrow. We are starting a bit early at 3:45 for a special plenary session by Mr. Govind Mohan, Secretary of Culture, Government of India. Please do that. There's a lot of excitement and enthusiasm within the cultural sector here, and I think the Secretary and the Joint Secretary also has been very much at the forefront in wanting to make this big difference for India. So please do join that keynote session. And after that, I think we'll just go with the flow for the day. Thank you so much for being part of today's session.